Once again, I'd like to warmly welcome us to the House of Representatives for this very important gathering, day 2 of the Open Week 2024. Today's event, as you have in our programs, will focus basically on the interactive session with traditional rulers and socio-cultural groups. As it is a ritual, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, before we proceed, we'd like to invite before us on this very important podium the lady that spoke to us yesterday about the safetyness of our being here today to please very quickly approach the podium and give us some safety briefings before we move to the next item on the program. Is she here? Thank you very much. May we please have your attention as we listen to our sister who will be mounting the podium to talk to us about the safety briefings, please.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough. I have a name, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on existing protocols. You're welcome to day 2 of this amazing event. I'm here to present the safety briefing, and this is powered by the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations. Please note, there are no planned emergency drill today. So in the event of a need to evacuate the building, you may do so using the 3 exits in this auditorium. That's the one at the far end and the 2 on your right and on your left, where you will have designated marshals out there to usher you to the muster point. In the event of any medical emergency, so should you become unwell at any point during this session, you may wish to step outside where we have the medical professionals outside there ready to receive you and administer any form of support. As for the restrooms, there are a number of restrooms available to you. The main gate, that's the National Assembly main gate. Then you've also got some restrooms at the entrances of the White House, the House of Rep building, as well as the Senate. Once again, on behalf of the Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations, I wish you a very fruitful deliberation and a safe one too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fumi Adebola, Consultant to Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations for the safety briefings. Thank you so very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House of Representatives and our royal fathers, to save time, since we have enough to do for the day, I'd like to very quickly move to the next item on the program, which is about the composition of members of these panels whom I will be recognizing. And if the ushers are around, please, we'd like to have you close by as you lead them to the top table. First to be invited on the top table is, of course, the host, and that's the Speaker of the House of Representatives. May we please put our hands together as we invite to the high table the chairman of this very important session, the Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, Speaker, House of Representatives. We can do better by putting our hands together for the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who, of course, is the host of this gathering. Next to join him on the high table is the coordinator, of course, facilitator as well, and that's Honorable Ari Mohammed Abdul Mumuni, Chairman, Committee on Traditional Institutions. Honorable Mumuni, please, ushers, get to the high table. Among the panelists, I have the name of Honorable Dixon Taki, Chairman, Committee on Constituency Outreach. Honorable Taki, please. A round of applause for him. We also have Honorable Eset Mark Udo, Chairman, Committee on Interparliamentary Relations. Honorable Eset Mark Udo, is he here? I also have the name of Honorable Canis Moore Chukwe Goze, Chairman, Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. Is he here? Honorable Canis, please, one of the panelists. And among the participants, we have the National Council of Traditional Rulers, and the indication is for 2 per political zone. I'm sure that has been arranged by the traditional rulers themselves. They are giving me a note to it. We also have Arewa Consultative Forum. We have Ohaneze Indigbo. We also have PANDEF, P-A-N-D-E-F. We also have Middle Belt Elders Forum. We have Afenifere. We have Association, Nigerian Bar Association, NBA. Is NBA represented here? Is NBA represented here? Among the participants, do we have NBA here? No, recognizing them. No indication, we don't have NBA for the moment. Maybe they're yet to join us. Guild of Editors. Guild of Editors. Maybe they are yet to join us. All political parties. Any political party represented here? Any political party? Thank you so very much. At this point, to save time, like I emphasized much earlier, I'd like to yield the microphone to Honorable Ari Mohammed Abdulmumini, Chairman, Committee on Traditional Institutions, the coordinator, to give us the opening remarks. To give us the opening remarks, please.
Okay.
Sure. No, just talk. We are the coordinator. We are the facilitator. Just welcome people and then invite.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Speaker, Yazazo Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, our traditional council led by the chairman coordinating unit, the Etsu Nepe, other invited guests, a very good morning to everyone. We're here today to join the National Assembly based on its program, the Open Weeks. Here at this point to welcome every one of you to this great important gathering where we are going to discuss matters that affects Nigeria in the fact that we have the way forward. At this junction, I want to use this opportunity to call on the speaker, chairman of this panel, to hand over the directive of the activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together for the coordinator, Honorable Ari Mohammed Abdulmumini, Chairman, Committee on Traditional Institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll now listen to the host, who is the Speaker, House of Representatives, and of course, he's chairing this very important session. Please, another round of applause for the Speaker, House of Representatives.
As the chairman of session, give your remarks. I thought we'll invite the leader of the House, the minority leader, other members of the leadership, honorable colleagues, our revered fathers, the royal fathers of our dear country, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Certainly, today is the day a lot of us have been looking forward to. A day of reckoning, a day when we will have the opportunity once more to reflect, to think, to ponder, to resolve what the future of this country will be and what we can do as members of the 10th House to set this country in the right pedestrian by including our origin, our culture, our heritage to be part of the governance of this country. Today is the day we set aside to discuss mutually, frankly to each other, what we need to do to ensure that our traditional institutions have a say in the affairs of this country. So it's my pleasure, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our royal fathers who have been carefully selected to represent the 6 geopolitical zones of this country. And they are all here under the leadership of the Esu of Nupe, who is the chairman of the Traditional Council of Niger State. And with him are other royal fathers coming from other geopolitical zones. And with the leave of the House, I feel that since this day is dedicated to traditional institutions, it will not be fair to make them just a passive participants. I would rather want to see them being part of the panel so that we can be able to discuss, ask them to give us their own positions, generate questions from the public, and let them also participate in the answering. Because the solution as to who or where the traditional institution will be cannot be answered adequately by us without them also giving their own inputs. So with their kind permission, I would want to invite the Esu of Nupe, along with, he will choose other members of his delegation who will come and join us on the high table to discuss this very important topic. So thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, we leave it to you. I think we have how many seats? 1, 2. I think we'll have enough for everybody. We'll have enough for everyone. So if you want them all to join, 3 are okay, right? Then are there some members who would also want to join us, because I can see a lot of royal blood among the honorable colleagues. I can see from their body language that they are already excited, waiting for the opportunity to also contribute their quota. So perhaps the leader of the House and the minority, you can choose 2 very royal members of the House that should also join us on this panel. I'm sure even though the leader is a comrade, or was a comrade, he is now indoctrinated into the traditional institution, so he'll be able to identify members who are worthy of being on this side. So leader, please give us 2 more additional members to join us here. Thank you very much. The representative of the Guild of Editors, please, if you're around, can you come up? Come and join us here, please. The representative of the Bar Association, if he's not around, if among our members we have a lawyer who is a member of the bar, you can please come forward and fill that gap, because members of the Bar Association, I'm sure, are everywhere. There is somebody from Kano State whom I know to be a lawyer, even though the slogan of his campaign has not been too good to me. If he wants to join us, he can come and represent the Nigerian Bar Association, at least for now, before they come up subsequently. I think we have adequate representation, so with your kind permission, we can start. Your Royal Highnesses, you are most welcome. Honorable colleagues, as I've said earlier, this is a day of reckoning for all of us. A day that we've been waiting for to discuss this very important issue of traditional institution. I'm sure you're aware, several attempts have been made in the past to include traditional rulers during our constitutional amendment processes, but they never saw the light of the day. And because most of us in the House believe, we honestly believe that traditional institutions can add value to our societies. We honestly believe that the progress of our people will be more enhanced with a better role for the traditional institutions. We believe the security of our country will be more enhanced if the traditional institutions are given better role. And that's the reason from the onset we decided to create two committees, two standing committees in the House. One of them is Committee on Traditional Institutions. And it is largely and primarily to drive the process of giving legal recognition to the traditional institutions in this coming constitutional conference, amendment conference. The second one is Committee on State and Local Governments, because we believe that if we really want to go far in our constitutional amendment processes, state governments, state institutions like the State House of Assemblies, local government councils, and their local government councillors will have to be taken into consideration. And that's the reason why we decided that another committee called State and Local Government Committee should come on board. Together, the two committees, we expect they will drive the process for most of the constitutional amendment issues we have. Local government autonomy, traditional role of carving a role for traditional institutions, and many more will be realized. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, we kickstart the process. And we expect each and every member to please listen attentively, generate as many questions as possible to our panelists so that we can be able to get the best out of this gathering. It's not a gathering that we can be able to get every day. It's one moment we have, let's make good use of it. Thank you very much. Before we go into the main process, I will, with the leave of His Royal Highness, ask him to lead in the introduction of the members of this very important panel. After he introduces himself, we will hand over the microphone to the right side. When they are done, now we'll go to the left side. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
A loud round of applause for the speaker, please. One thing about the speaker is his humility and the spirit of inclusiveness. He likes carrying people along. So we so much appreciate you for that. And for the records, we'd like to please request for another round of applause for the speaker, please. So please keep it up with your humility. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this point, we'll request the leader of the delegation of the Royal Fathers, the Etsunupe, to please direct as the mode of the introduction should be done, please. Your Royal Highness.
Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, House of representatives,
No, it's not introduction.
and all the members of this great greenhouse, distinguished invited guests, my colleagues, traditional rulers, ladies and gentlemen. I am Alhaji Dr. Yaya Abubakar, CFR, the SO of Nupe, and also the chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, and also the chairman, coordinating committee of National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker, my co-colleagues, and members who are here present, I want to stand on the existing protocol. My precious name is His Imperial Majesty Oba Dr. Francis Adefarakame Agbade, OFR, the paramount ruler and prescribed authority of Ibaruke Kingdom in Ondo State. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, our royal fathers, honorable members, my name is Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, member representing Ibeju Lekki Federal Constituency. And Mr. Speaker, you might be wondering, why am I representing the members on this seat? I am the Olori Omoba of Ibeju land. That is the hand of princes of Ibeju land. My immediate junior brother was the Onisolu of Solu Alade. That makes me a pure prince. So, and I think my sitting here is highly guaranteed.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives. My name is His Royal Majesty Eze Peter Chimampam Opara, Ezudo II of Umunumo Ancient Kingdom in Ehimembano, Imo State. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
The Honorable Speaker, Your Majesty's traditional ruler, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Chief Sir Dr. Obiwemi Ominimini in the Agbarauto Kingdom of Delta State. I am here representing Pandev. Thank you and God bless you.
Good day, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the 10th National Assembly, the leader of the 10th National Assembly, and my honorable colleagues, the ESU of Nupe, the chairman of traditional institutions, and all the traditional rulers here, and all my colleagues, I salute you. My name is Honorable High Chief Kenneth Moore Chukwu Gozie Nwachukwu. I am from Imo State, Nigeria, and I represent the great people of Olu, Osun, and Oru East Federal Constituency, and I'm the current chairman of the Intergovernmental Affairs of the 10th National Assembly. Thank you. You are all welcome.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, thank you for this privilege. I'm His Royal Majesty King Obukuhu Monday Whiskey, JP Plus, PhD, the paramount ruler of the Great Ijure Kingdom, member Delta State House of Assembly, Delta State Traditional Rulers Council, and by the grace of God, National Chairman of the HOSCON Traditional Rulers and Elders Advisory Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, Tajuddin about PhD, the leaderships of the House, members of National Assembly, my colleagues, the traditional institution here present, members of the public, invited guests, Arimen Shatima Ari Mohammed Abdul Mumin, member representing Nasarawa Soto Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Nasarawa State. By the special grace of God, from your own hands, I'm the chairman, House Committee on Traditional Institutions.
Your Excellency, my very humble but speaking speaker, our royal fathers, distinguished honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Dixon Taki. I represent the good people of Makurdi Guma Federal Constituency. I'm from Benue State. And by that, I'm also the chairman of constituency outreach in the 10th House of Reps. Thank you very much.
The speaking speaker, sir, Your Majesties, my name is Steve Musu. I am the Group General Manager of Edibofa Communications and Publishing Limited. We own People's Radio 105 Abuja, People's Radio Bayelsa, and the Nigerian Express newspapers. I am the treasurer of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, and I'm here representing the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Mr. Eze Anaba.
Honorable Speaker of the 10th Assembly, the leadership, our royal fathers, I welcome all of you to this important event. My name is Mohammed Danjuma Hassan, representing the good people of Dawakin Kudu and Warawa Federal Constituency from Kano State. Just this morning, the Speaker in his wisdom has decided to nominate me to represent an interest, which is MBA. So I'm here to hold a brief on behalf of the MBA pending when their representative appears. So therefore, I'm not a title holder in the traditional institutions, but I love the traditional institutions. I love the royal fathers, And I'm just praying at the end of the event, they will crown me with one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members of the panel. We will start now, but the mode of this interaction or engagement is going to be freewheeling. We will not restrain any panelist from saying his mind, because this is to be an interaction for us to hear what you have to say to the National Assembly, to the people of Nigeria, concerning the role of traditional institution in the governance of Nigeria. So we will restrict each and every member to 3 minutes to stand up or to sit down, because we believe our royal father should be seen sitting, not standing, to talk for 3 minutes. After which, members of the public will generate questions for you. After the 3 minutes, we throw back the session to the members to ask questions. And the questions from you should be specific to who you want to answer out of the members of the panelists. So thank you very much. Without any waste of time, I will call on our number royal father, in this occasion, the chairman of the Traditional Council of Chiefs of Niger State, the Esu of Nipi, to open the floor for discussion. Thank you very much, sir. Please, the MC just reminded me to inform both the members of the panelists and also the audience that please, our words, our utterances should be guarded. It should not be inflammatory. It should not be derogatory. It should not insult. We are here for a good reason. We should conduct ourselves honorably. Let our words speak for ourselves as honorable members and as our royal fathers. Thank you very much, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished members of this panel, distinguished participants, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We thank Allah, the Almighty, for giving us life and time to be here physically, and we appreciate the leadership of this greenhouse led by the Right Honorable Speaker, who is also Ian Zazau, by traditional title, as well very deep in the tradition. We thank all the members of this noble house for giving us this privilege and time to come here and contribute toward peace, development, and progress of our nation, Nigeria. Talking about the traditional institution, if you go by the history of mankind, the beginning of mankind, you come to a root of a father and a mother. These two people bring forth children, men and women. They interchange socially, economically, and politically. This family mix with other families, 2, 3, 5, and upwards, and form a community. And this community will have people of divergent background. Some are professionals, some are artisans, some are just acquiring skills, some are still in the school. Where you have gathering of human beings, people, men and women, you need a very, very formidable institution or authority to administer them. So this natural institution, known as traditional institution, came into being by recognizing the needs and number of people around a community where we have different skills: carpenters, bricklayers, cobblers, blacksmiths, doctors, herbalists, name them. They're all in one community. They need to be administered very well. And where these people gather, they also have culture, values. They observe religion. They have different mode of lives that they spend to live together. Without a leadership, without a very formidable leadership in this community, you have chaos. You have a lot of disturbances, crises all over the place. And nobody to judge, nobody to administer. So I just go briefly to tell august audience that the natural institution, known as traditional institutions, didn't just start today or yesterday or also, many years back. As I said, right from the root of a mother and father, bring forth children, and children form a community. So the institution grew up from this basis, on this root, to know each other, understand each other, and obey, and obey the common rules of peace, unity, progress. This institution is very important. It came through all the obstacles, both before the colonization of Nigeria by the British. We had this institution operating very well, knowing our cultures, protecting our values, and promoting our interests. And that's why even when they came to Nigeria, to colonize Nigeria, they already found the institution already established. So they didn't touch the institution. They believe strongly that whatever they come to do in Nigeria, this institution will go a long way helping them administratively to achieve their social, economic mission and vision. Because the colonial masters came not to come and administer black Nigerians, no. They came to come and look for means of survival, economic and other, for a DO. They call him district officer, a white man. Before you can go to any village, you come and approach the emir that, okay, Your Highness, we have a plan to build a hospital, or we have a plan to build schools. Well, no, and then social area. Well, why do you feel this outfit should be established? Quickly, the emir will get his district head to go and look for appropriate areas. The district head will not just jump into the area without the information or the notice of a village head. The village head there will now, they will be told that, okay, the authority, that is the Oibos then, the colonialists, they want to establish a hospital. which place is most is suitable? What do we have that can spare as a hospital? The village head now, thank you. The village head now will direct the DO to appropriate area. And then the question of building or constructing the hospital within the hands of the DO, district officer, because they are the authority. So this thing continues to exist like that. Through time, again, our position, our role, were actually our roles are identified and legalized in our national constitution as a country, that from 1963 through 1976-79, up to the present constitution of 1999, where suddenly we found that our role has been totally put aside. So we believe that we have a lot to offer to complement governance, act of governance in this country. In the area of security, in the area of conflicts management, in the area of tradition, our culture, maintenance of our culture. And even the programs that governments have, at one time or the other, will stand a better position to mobilize our people to come and embrace the government programs and projects, thereby achieving the desired objectives of all these programs. So we believe strongly that traditional institution will be a sort of in position to cooperate and collaborate and assist the art of governance at local government levels, at state level, or federal level. So, Your Excellency, distinguished participants, I believe that putting aside or throwing aside this institution and not included it in the 1999 constitution is a very, very grievous mistake made, because you can see the dismemberment of our communities, our societies, whereby everybody, every individual, people come in, come out. As I said, in those days, there's no any stranger that can come to my town without me knowing. I will know immediately through the network already set aside. Now people move about, conduct themselves negatively or positively, and nothing happens. At the end of it, we start raising, cries, asking the security agents to please help, to please protect us. We are the one to protect our own lives, and among ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. So I believe, Your Excellency, I think I will stop here and allow others to contribute. Otherwise, it's a long story. Thank you, Your Excellency, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, for giving us such insights into the history and evolution of leadership and the traditional leadership as well. Thank you so much. I hope members, you are taking notes, because we will open the question and answer after each and every member of the panel has spoken. So please make sure that as they are talking, you are also generating your own questions. Thank you very much. And please, one other rule is keep protocols. Because of time constraints, we have only 3 minutes. So you don't need to recognize the speaker and members. It has already been established by previous protocols. So just go straight into issues before us. Honorable colleagues, with your kind permission, I would want to call on His Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Francis Ade Faranke Abade, OFR First Class Traditional Ruler and Paramount Ruler and Authority of Obwa of Ibara, Kingdom of Ondo State, to please speak to us for 3 minutes.
3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Today's forum is a very good one because we're here to bear our mind and at the same time to speak on some important issue that could help the traditional institution in Nigeria. Foremost, I will not go into details because my former speaker has spoken a lot of the importance of traditional institution in Nigeria. What I want to talk upon is the issue of security. Personally, before I become an Oba, I'm a security guru, and I'm a member of World Association of Detectives. I can see clearly that the present security situation in the country demands a lot of important aspects to be taken note. When you look at the whole situation, I think the emirs and the obas has an important role to play in terms of security. And when you look at the whole thing, in every locality, the rulers of those kingdoms knows what is happening in their kingdom. And I think I want to suggest that the government should take note of this and then give more roles to traditional rulers in terms of security. The issue that is happening in the country as of now has to do with the traditional rulers knowing exactly who are coming to our community. Intruders that are coming to your community cannot just come without you knowing that this person is coming into this community and to be identified and be able to ask questions from time to time. Who are you? From where are you coming from? What is your business? And what are you doing? It will enable us to interrogate properly, and this will solve a lot of problems in terms of security. Equally, we need the government to be able to stand up sincerely and finance the local, not the obas and the emirs in their tradition. Precisely giving them a security vote, not even the governors alone. We need security vote in our domain. It's quite very important because with that we'll be able to control and then work seriously on the way forward in order to tackle the security of our domain. The problem of security precisely, we know our people and we can control them. We know who are coming in and we know who are going out. All this depends on the traditional institutions. And I want to say precisely the system the federal government is taking on the local government autonomy will actually help the domain because it will give us a lot of advantage on our people and we'll be able to know in terms of control of what is happening in each of the local governments. So I will prefer, and I will say because of the time, I will just say precisely that the issue of security should go back to local authorities Thank you very much.
The Presido, please can you come and join us here? Please go ahead and introduce him.
That's the president of NBA. The president of NBA, I'll get his full details to recognize him appropriately, please.
Thank you very much, Your Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Francis, for such a very insightful contribution, particularly on matters of security. Please, subsequent panelists, before you start talking for records, it would be good you introduce yourself properly so that people will know who you are and where you're coming from. I know here there are some, particularly from the Southwest, who are not too respectful to leaders. As a backing, I've not been given my due respect, Honorable Imperial Majesty. I'm reporting some of my members from the Southwest for not always giving me my respect, and I was given a traditional title of Abakin. So please, next time you have the opportunity, talk to them so that they can... Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, the Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters, member representing Ibeju Lekki, Federal Constituency of Lagos State. Right, Honorable? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
No
Speaker.
introduction except yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my name is Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, member representing Ibeju Lekki Federal Constituency and the Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters, the Omoba of Ibeju Land, Olori Omoba of Ibeju Land. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of the traditional institution can never be overemphasized. And looking at the crisis we have in the countries today, many of us expect so much from the traditional rulers. But do we really ask ourselves what resources are available to the traditional rulers? In some states, what the traditional ruler gets is even lower than the minimum wage. And we expect most of them to be out when there are crises. Unfortunately, the Land Use Act has actually taken over the control of the land, where many traditional rulers actually get some resources purely to the state. So, especially in urban areas, the control of the land is 100% under the purview of the state government. Then, what do we want the traditional rulers to use? Fortunately, Mr. President, in his policy of inclusiveness, has directed that this dispensation, we are going to give more roles to the traditional rulers. But we are talking about roles, but we are not talking about resources. What are they going to use to actually carry out these functions? And on this, I want to appeal to the House, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that we take a look at the Land Use Act. There is a section of the Land Use Act that gives the allocation of land to the Land Use and Allocation Committee. That will be nominated by the governor. That we should do an amendment to include the membership of that Land Use Allocation Committee must have the traditional rulers as members. That is one of the ways they can actually have input in what happened in their area. And secondly, there's also a section of the law that talks about the collection of grant rents and in some states land use charge. A percentage of not less than 15% should always be set aside for the traditional rulers. So these are areas we can see that the traditional rulers at the end of the day would have resources to carry out many of these functions expected of them. Like they say, the economic institution structures other social institutions in any community. You can't do anything without the backing of, without having the financial backing. So I want to appeal to us to actually help the traditional rulers to ensure that they are able to carry out these functions we all expect of them. I believe our royal fathers was talking about giving security votes or whatever to the traditional. Once you have dedicated allocation to the traditional rulers, they will determine what and what to actually do with it. Most of the time, the traditional rulers are at the mercy of the local governments, and this we should find a way to rescue them from this dilemma. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, these are the little contributions I think will help the traditional rulers.
Thank you, Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, for your insightful contributions. The next speaker will be His Royal Majesty Ize Peter Chimakepan Opara Ize Udo, the second of the ancient kingdom of Ihime, Mbano, Imo State. Royal Father, please go ahead and speak for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. My name is Eze Peter Chimankpam Opara, Exudo the second of Umunumo Ancient Kingdom in the Himembano of Imo State, Nigeria. The Honorable Speaker, just as my colleagues has rightly stated, that the role of traditional institution in Nigeria can never be overemphasized. Why? Traditional institution is the only institution that is everywhere. And because we are everywhere, we as well see it all. We are seeing it all. And because we are seeing it all, I feel that is the institution you can use to solve most of the challenges, especially in the area of security, as it concerns security in Nigeria. But I feel the institution has a challenge, that of finance, the challenge of finance. And because the institution has a challenge of finance, they can do nothing. They can do they can't do much. Because most of the traditional royal fathers, most at times or sometimes, run to the authorities for one assistance or the other. And when you are not financially independent, when you are not financially empowered, you don't have much to do. So I think if in the area of finance, the traditional institution in Nigeria can be empowered legally, financially, I think we can do more for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Royal Father. We have heard you. Your major area of concern and challenge is the lack of funding for traditional institutions of Nigeria. It is duly noted. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be the only man I recognize from the South is as the High Chief. There are so many chiefs, but there is only one High Chief. Even the principal officers who claim to be High Chiefs, as far as we are concerned, they are answerable to him. So it's my pleasure to invite Honorable High Chief Canis Mo, the Chairman, House Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs, to speak to us for 3 minutes. Please be very economical with your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the People's Speaker of the 10th National Assembly, the Iyazazao, the Esunupe, the Chairman of the Traditional Institutions from the Niger State, and of course all the traditional rulers that are here. You are all welcome. My name is Honorable High Chief Canis Mo Chukwu Gozie Nwachukwu. I am from Imo State, Nigeria, and I represent the great people of Olo, Osu, and Oru East Federal Constituency, where you have the most powerful governor in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and a great governor, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma Onwa. I won't take much of your time. I will use this opportunity given to me to thank His Excellency the Iyazazao for confirming me the only High Chief in the current 10th National Assembly. But be it as it may, I'll go straight to the issue of the day. It is very, very strategic, timely, and important that this topic is what we are discussing today. And I'm equally happy that our operatives of traditional institutions are here present, which will make the topic to be germane and important so that the whole Nigerians will listen. If we continue to discuss the role our traditional authorities are playing to strengthen democracy, we are not going to live here today. In the first place, they are very close to the grassroots. What am I talking about? Grassroots are the people that are supposed to benefit the democratic dividends. They are the people that are supposed to benefit what we are talking about, which is democracy. They are close to grassroots. And since they are close to the grassroots, they operate in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. let's take a look at the insecurity issue, which is ravaging the entire system. No area is spared. If you don't engage and empower the traditional institutions in all our places, in all our states, in all our local government, in all our wards, it is going to be difficult to manage the insecurity thing. They should be part and parcel of the arrangement of management of insecurity in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. Let me quickly talk about what is the burning issue in Nigeria now. The state policing, which I will support 100% moment it is brought to the floor of the chamber. If that bill eventually goes through, we must make a provision where it will be enshrined and stipulated in such provision that, or constitution, that there should be part and parcel of such process. And that is the only way you will have an effective arrangement regarding the state policing. Because they are the people that are in our villages that knows who is who. I am from Olu local government, Okporo to be precise. There is no way somebody from another state will know who are the custodians or who are the indigenes that reside in Okporo. When we have a stranger, the traditional rulers and the people of Okporo are the people that will know that we have a stranger is around. And they will ask questions. What are they doing here? For what purpose? For what mission? Who sent them? And what are they up to? So, there is no way it is going to be achieved. I'm talking of state policing without getting them engaged. Government, it is a question of must empower them to enable them function properly. If they can't function, if they're not empowered, they will never function properly to deliver what they're supposed to deliver to the people for us to have a peace and tranquility in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. Because we are all from local government, we are all from wards and villages. We have our traditional rulers. So they must be given empowerment that will enable them to function properly. Another issue is traditional rulers should equally separate politics from the real business of which they were appointed or they were elected to become traditional rulers. Combining politics with traditional affairs most times creates a lot of issues. This is another aspect government should look into, and all the traditional heads should equally look into and see to how it should be addressed so that there won't be a kind of clash which creates another issues in all the villages, all the local government and all the rural areas. Mr. Speaker and my honorable colleagues and fellow panelists, this is what I can say for now. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express myself. Thank you. I salute each and every one of us here.
Thank you, High Chief. For your information, the issue of Nupe said we should make your High Chief to be a paramount one. So from now, with the leave of the Ezo of Nipe, you have been upgraded to the Paramount High Chief. Eh? Our next speaker will be the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, who is my brother. He came a little bit late, so that's why we were unable to introduce him earlier on. I'm sure our members will be very keen to hear the legal perspective on the demand for constitutional role of traditional institutions in Nigeria. So please open your ears and hear from the legal luminary who will tell us his view and take on the issue of traditional institutions in the constitutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My brother, you are most welcome. And I know lawyers don't talk just anyhow. You have only 3 minutes, so please try to say as much within the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Right Honorable, the Speaker of the House, I may have to protest the limitation of the 3 minutes that the Honorable Speaker has given to me. I have a father in the room and is giving birth to a child that is almost 7 feet tall. And so if you permit me, perhaps I will speak proportionate to my height. I thank the Honorable Speaker for, first and foremost, let me use this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Speaker for convening this event, an open week of the House of Representatives, and for bringing together our traditional rulers across the country to come and discuss this very important issue of security. Let me apologize for coming late. It is not in our character to do so, but I had to go for another event before coming here, and I was, like the MC suggested, I should say, caught in traffic, so I got in here a little late. I sincerely apologize. I've listened to some of the speakers who made their interventions while I sat here. So much has been said about empowerment. A lot has been said about the funding of the traditional institutions for them to be able to perform their roles and contribute their quota in dealing with the security.
Honorable Austin. You're welcome. Please be the monitor to maintain orderliness in this particular room. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A lot has been said about the importance of this institution. No doubt we are all agreed that the traditional institutions are important. They are actually critical in the resolution of our security challenges in this country. That, for me, is a given. There is no dispute about that. Whether or not they also require funds, of course, all of us know that there is nothing you will do, no matter how important you are in any equation. If you are not funded to perform that particular role, then you will simply become idle, if not docile. And the value that you would ordinarily bring to the table, you are not able to do so, because potentially you are an important element in the process, but we cannot have an experience of that potentiality because you've not been empowered to do so. But having said all of this, Honorable Speaker, even if we give all the traditional institutions any amount of money that they might request for them to function in those offices, how much of that fund can they use, or how much can they do, given the current legislative framework upon which they operate. Because they exist as a legal entity, they exist on a basis of a framework which prescribes what they can do, who they are, and where they can function. All of those have been delineated by laws. And some of these laws upon which these institutions are predicated today are archaic. They do not allow the traditional institutions to perform in the way that they can bring this value that all of us agree they have to bring to bear in dealing with our national issues. And so I would want to recommend, and there is no better place to make this recommendation than in the National Assembly. This is the place where these laws are made. There is nothing wrong in creating a constitutional role for the traditional institutions. When we talk about redesigning the security architecture in this country, if we have all agreed that these institutions are important, they are the ones who, in spite of the security situations in their domains, they never leave. They remain in their domains. Whatever is going to happen, they identify with their people, and they remain in their domains if they have to be taken out. And I mean, if that insecurity situation means them losing their lives, they would rather do so than leave. So who else has demonstrated commitment in identifying with the people and ensuring that they provide solutions to the security challenges than the person who is, like the military men, have signed on to lay their lives for their people than our traditional rulers? You will never see them quit. No matter the onslaught, they will remain in those places. And I think it is high time we did something concerning the legislative framework upon which the traditional institutions in this country operate. If they are important, we should give them that recognition, and the only way to do it is by making laws that would accord them that premium, that will accord them that importance, because who we are as a nation is a function of laws. That I'm a citizen of this country today is a function of law. A traditional institution does not exist outside of the framework of law, and likewise, what they can do and what they cannot do remains a function of law. So this is the place to have this discussion. That is why I'm glad that this, the 10th Assembly, under the leadership of Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, my brother, who is the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, has convened this meeting for us to have this conversation. There is no better time to have this conversation than now, because all of us are faced with this security challenge across the country, and this is the only place that can provide that solution. And so, Mr. Honorable Speaker, this is my humble recommendation, that the ball is in your court. You have what it takes to elevate the status of traditional institutions in this country, and that is what I advocate, so that the value that we all agree the traditional institutions and the traditional rulers have would find a place in our constitutional or legislative framework, and so we can now enjoy the potentials that they carry as our own experience. I thank you so very much, and I'm sure I've not disappointed Right Honorable with the time. I'm grateful, sir.
Thank you, Presido. You have done well. As a son, as a member of the Order of the Niger, you have spoken like a true Nigerian. And I assure you, your suggestions will not go in vain. We will key them in and see how we can utilize them to move forward. Thank you so much for your contributions. Our next speaker will be His Royal Majesty King Obikomo M.A. Whiskey, JP, PhD, the paramount ruler of the Great Igation, Chairman, Hoscon Traditional Rulers and Elders and Advisory Council. Your Royal Majesty, over to you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me appreciate the NBA President for being a very strong advocate of equity. The truth is, we all come from communities. And if we all come from communities, all communities have leaders. If we all have leaders, then we are talking about peaceful coexistence of such leadership. The royal institution, we are called traditional rulers because we do things that are traditional. There are certain problems that government cannot solve, but the royal institution can solve them. For instance, in my kingdom, no matter the volume of crime that you commit, there are deities that if they want to take you before them, your entire family will go for a meeting, urgent meeting, to find out if truly you took part in such a crime. Because the effect of going before that deity is that it will go from generation to generation. The point is, before now, the royal institution has a constitutional rule in Nigeria. But somewhere along the line, we missed the track. We are always saying that let's get back to the track, and once we get back, there should be a very, very strong advocacy around the country. There is no kingdom where there are visitors and they don't know. They know. Except that the wherewithal, the courage, the patriotism to take it up is not there. Like the NBA president said, in 2012, there was this massive fraud in the Delta. And a king was asked to leave. He said, no, where do I leave my people to? I can't leave my people. And the water covered the entire palace. It was when the last set of his people were being moved that he reluctantly left, because no place is left. So if these people have that commitment to serve the nation, why deny them what can make them work better? I think, and I submit, that is a high time we go back and enshrine into the Constitution of Nigeria a duty that has the necessary power for the royal institution to function better and to be more and more better than we currently have. This is our position, and this is my position, Mr. Speaker. Given the opportunity, the royal institution will do better. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Your points are heard and taken note of. So we assure you, during the debate on the Constitutional Conference coming up very shortly, we will revisit all the suggestions you have given. Honorable colleagues, our Royal Father, it is my honor to recognize the representative of the chairman of the largest and greatest party in Africa, the APC, in person of Right Honorable Garba Datti Mohammed, who incidentally is the vice chairman of APC Northwest, is here with us. I would also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Achike Chude, the National Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, who is also here with us. You are most welcome, sir. Okay. So the next speaker will be Mr. Steve Nwosu, who is representing the president of the Nigerian Guilds of Editors. If he's here, please, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Please let me stand up since I've been on protocol. Hello. I'll be very brief. Unfortunately, I was asked to speak after the NBA president has spoken. I was taking some notes, and if not that my body was covering my papers, I would have accused him of spying. But he just practically reproduced some of the things I had noted down. But having said that, I think it's not just enough for us to sit and say, let us give traditional rulers a role. We have to be specific on the roles, clearly define them. Saying they have a role in the Constitution, they have a role to play, it's like lip service to me. We agree. One, how do we insulate our traditional institutions from being pawns on the political chess game? What can we do in the Constitution to ensure that? Talking of that, I'm thinking of, thinking of what is happening in Kano, the fears in Sokoto, what is happening in Ogbomoso, in Idoma land, River State, everywhere. You see traditional rulers. In Kano, we're almost sacrificing over 800 years of history, culture, heritage. One of the things we face the world with, this is who we are. And for some funny reason, we're sacrificing now. We have a federal emir, a state emir, and very soon we have a judiciary emir. And that is not good enough for us. We have to find a way to insulate our traditional institutions from the political chess game. Then, who controls the traditional institutions? Is it the local government? Is it the state? If you say a traditional ruler, as big as everything as some of us would want them to believe, is subject to a traditional ruler, what happens to the traditional rulers whose kingdom spread into 2-3 local governments? Which one are they going to be reporting to? Those are the things I think we should ensure. Let's not just make this issue of giving powers to traditional rulers like what we do with the media, forte state of the realm, check the data, report, hold the government accountable to the people and all that, and you get to there's all responsibilities, no empowerment. And then you want to do something, there's not, and then you don't want the traditional rulers to be giving traditional titles to criminals and money bags. You even don't want money bags hijacking the throne. What do we put in the Constitution? Let's begin from that. That's where the amendments I'm looking forward to. What do we do to insulate our traditional institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steve Wonsu. This is one dimension that you have said that others have not spoken, and it's a very important one. I assure you have taken notes, and we'll see what we can do in due course. The next speaker will be the National Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, who is here to represent the President, Mr. Achike Chude. Please, 3 minutes.
All right.
You can come up and speak, but please make it quick and snappy. Time is not on our side.
Okay, I will respect that, and I guess that would also affect following protocols. All protocols duly observed. I want to thank the speaker and those behind and the organizations behind this particular event. Of course, it's about broadening democracy and broadening discussions, national discourse, which is a good thing. I would just want to, I thought I was going to discuss something else, but it doesn't really matter. I've had a few things that people have talked about. You know, when people talk about the challenges that we have in the African continent, and I think one of the things people have been saying is that Africans must be left to resolve their problems. And so this issue of Negative international engagement with our body policy should not continue. You know, and that people, other countries, powerful nations should be able to keep out so that, because we have seen even from the reference that he made about what is going on in some other parts of the world, the reality is that the traditional system is not what it used to be. This is not 50 years, this is not 60 years. Constitutional democracy in a way has also undermined the powers and the influence of the traditional institution in the country. So they are not as influential, as powerful as they were. But beyond that is the fact that we also have to give some instructions to the politicians and to the political class. Because if we say that that the traditional institution is being polluted, you cannot take away the interference of the political class from this traditional institution. So you think about, for instance, you know, visits during elections. How do we insulate the traditional institutions from being visited by politicians in the first place? Because, and that was why I agree with you when he said we must be specific about what we intend to do and how we are going to do it. Can a governor, for instance, summon traditional rulers and then they will say, no, I don't have any business with the political class? He dares not. So they are not in that situation anymore. And then one other thing that I think, you know, so I think it is very critical that in having expectations for the political class, I mean for the traditional institutions and traditional rulers, we should also have expectations from the political class so that they stop interfering unduly with the traditional institutions across the country. Because they say he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And that brings me also to the issue of, you know, when during politics and when some of us were sympathetic to INEC and we are talking our first line charge, that INEC must not continue to be dependent on the political class for when they will do elections, how they will do elections, and all that. So you needed to make provisions, special provisions for them to be given funds that will take them away from the influence of politicians. And I think the same thing has to be done with the traditional institution. So that they don't, if we are serious about insulating them from politics, they don't need to go cap in hand every single time that they are hungry, that they are this to the political class, because they will use it as a basis to bargain with them. And so these are some of the issues. You know, and I think that it is very, very critical that we also look at that. The Honorable Speaker himself is a politician. but the great thing is that he has put this thing together because he wants to look for a way forward. So I want to thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everybody here.
My Royal Highness, from the extreme right, this is your turn, please, to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's the Secretary of... well, you can introduce yourself. I don't want to waste your time. I know you have been waiting patiently to be given the opportunity to speak. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. All protocols duly observed. I am Chief Sir Dr. Obiwemi Ominimini, the Eni Agbarauto Kingdom, Delta State, and the representative of PANDEF. I want to bring on board, when people live on fear, the tendency to do their work is today, the office of the governor can remove any traditional ruler. Who makes a traditional ruler? The office of a governor to remove traditional ruler at will is bad and condemnable. Therefore, the head member of the State Security Council, if traditional rulers nominate somebody, one of them, to represent them in the State Security Council, information at the disposal of the State Security Council will be very, very high. 3, we understand that 5% of the local government fund is given to traditional ruler. Go and check or go and verify. The governors, they give at will what they give to the traditional ruler is far less than this money. Therefore, it should be a first-line charge that money that will be provided for traditional ruler should go to them without passing through the office of the traditional ruler. In fact, once those things are done, the traditional ruler will be very, very effective. How many traditional ruler knows what is coming to the state through FAC? Therefore, traditional rulers can also nominate somebody to represent them at FAC level. Having said so, because this is constitutional amendment issue, I want to put on board that the joint account, money meant for local government, should not pass through the state government. The money of local government given to the state governors are squandered. They don't get to the local government. That is why the local government are so weak. I want to also say that at the moment, given the composition of Nigeria, the local government should be delisted from the constitution. Let states create local government or development council as many as they want. And today, we all know that local government election in Nigeria is in shambles. Therefore, in this constitutional amendment, State Independent Electoral Commission should be abolished. Let INEC conduct a local government election in Nigeria. In fact, once these are done, Nigeria will be on pedestal, on the fast lane for development. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, the Eni of Abama, Otto, a representative of Pande, for such a very powerful and insightful position. Thank you so much. Members, you can see from the reactions are very, very supportive of your position, so we'll look at it. Our next speaker will be the great man from Benue, Honorable Dixon, who is our chairman committee on constituency outreach, to give us his own perspective. Please go straight to the point, no protocol.
Thank you, my speaker, honorable colleagues, our traditional rulers, our audience. Mr. Speaker, the importance of our traditional institution in Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. The statistics we have has shown that since 2011, over 103 traditional rulers have died or been killed in their domain as a result of the crisis we have in Nigeria. These men and women who do this thankless job, I call this job thankless because the role of traditional rulers in Nigeria has not been defined. We were colonized by the British, and up to today, the British government has a defined role for their traditional rulers in Britain. It's unfortunate that in the 60s, when government when traditional rulers were recognized as tax collectors in Nigeria, we had no problem at all with tax collection. I remember at that time, when you would not pay tax, the traditional rulers will handle the situation, and taxes were paid to government with no problem at all. There were no issues of revenue missing in the hands of traditional rulers as it is today. But there are no defined rules in the Constitution for traditional rulers, and it's very, very unfortunate. The last speaker took words out of my mouth. If we are going to define rules for traditional rulers in this country, the local government system must be strengthened, Mr. Speaker. I am happy that you have created this platform at the time that we are going to be amending the Constitution. These are the issues that must be taken into cognizance. The autonomy of the local government system. It is only when we strengthen the local issue of insecurity in our local areas, of the local government areas will be very functional. What our young men are doing, floating around in the town, is quite unfortunate, following politicians. If the local government system is strengthened, the traditional institution in Nigeria will have a constitutional role that is very defined. And by definition, I mean that resources will be clearly made available for men who sacrifice their lives to stay in our rural communities as traditional rulers. It is very important that you cannot be a custodian of a community without resources. Our traditional rulers operate at the mercy of the local government chairman. Just like the last speaker said, the 5% that was spent out in the constitution is never given. I come from a locality, I come from a local government, and I know what happened. Mr. Speaker, it is very important. And my recommendation is that the traditional institution should be made the fourth arm of government. If we are serious in this country to take care of the insecurity that has come into our communities, we must define rules for our traditional rulers and give them the role to play. Just that I'm referring to the last speaker because traditional rulers know every criminal in their community. They do. Whatever your character is, your traditional rulers knows you. So it is very important that they are also made members of the State Security Council to give information to government as to where or who are responsible to crimes that are committed in their domain. I want to appreciate you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that as we go into constitutional amendment, these issues will be taken care of, and that the traditional rulers themselves, as we go back to our communities today, please try and mobilize your people. We have tried as a National Assembly to make even the State Assembly autonomous. 3 times they have refused their own autonomy. It's very, very shameful. This time, the traditional rulers should make sure that their electorate, their constituents, make sure that if the National Assembly pass the autonomy for both local government and the state and assemblies, at least 2/3 of the states should be able to pass it. That is the only way that our democracy will function at the local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The next to speak is the representative of the chairman of APC, in person of Honorable Garbadat Mohammed, who incidentally is also the vice chairman Northwest of the party. Honorable, you have 3 minutes. Please try to restrict yourself because of time limitations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leadership of the National Assembly, our esteemed traditional rulers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have to tender unreserved apology for the absence of the national chairman who was unavoidably here because he did not receive any invitation. I just saw the invitation, just 10 minutes, about 20 minutes to 12. I tried to communicate with him, and he told me he did not receive any letter. And the letter was written since on the 19th. I'm sure the speaker would not be happy with this development. I know how he takes seriously the issue of party. Secondly, I have to congratulate the Speaker and members of the 10th National Assembly for convening this very important event to showcase, to celebrate our 25th anniversary in uninterrupted democracy. Although I was not, I don't even know the topic, but a former legislator, I was a legislator, member of the National House of Representatives in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th Assembly. The country is on the brinks. We should remember what happened during the third time saga, the issue of doctrine of necessity, the PIB, and the most important thing, as previous speakers have said, especially the last one, on 3 different occasions, we have tried as much as possible to give autonomy to state legislature and local governments. I could remember in the 7th Assembly, we've even gotten the 2/3 of the signature on the very verge on when we are just about to present it. One of the states decided to withdraw, making it 23. So without that amendment, I'm sure the traditional institution will continue to have a problem. It is either now or never. Why do I say so? The Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, is not only a traditional title holder of one of the most powerful titles in the Zazzau Emirates, the Ian Zazzau, is also a traditional ruler. My colleague is the district head of my own district. So this is the right time. You have the right person that will make this constitutional amendment to be possible. But Right Honorable Speaker, please permit me. I want to call the attention of members of this National Assembly of what is happening. There is too much delegated powers that is domiciled with the executive. That's supposed to be the powers of the National Assembly. I think I'm happy the Speaker has even revived the Delegated Powers Committee to look at all these areas, to take back your powers. Because what is happening today, a director in a ministry or an agency will just sit with his team and decide to increase taxes and other things without recourse to National Assembly to debate. Members of the National Assembly, they are the true representative of the people. Such things must be debated in National Assembly. This is the power. I'm happy the president of NBA is here. Mr. Speaker, please go back and check section 59, subsection 1B, and see the powers conferred on the National Assembly on the issue of increment or decrease in revenues, in fees, and other things. And look at the provision of section 315, which is still in existence, which has given most of the laws and decrees by colonial masters and military regimes the power to continue to use such laws to the detriment of the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our leader, the chair. It may interest our Royal Highnesses to know that Honorable Garba Datti was a member of the House of Representatives, and he was there for almost a record of 16 years. His last position was that of the Chairman Committee on Ports and Harbor. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for the contribution. The last but not the least is a contribution from the man who is supposed to coordinate all activities of the traditional institutions and bring them in alignment with the National Assembly. And that person is no other than the Chairman, Committee on Traditional Institutions, Honorable Ari Mohammed. Please go ahead and speak to us for 3 minutes, and then we round up. Thank you.
Thank you, the chairman of this panel, Yazazo, members of the panel, invited guests. Mr. Chairman, my own is not so much, rather to inform the gathering. Today we are here on the occasion of our open week. What we are here to discuss in the open weeks is the issues of inclusion as entitled in the paper. Inclusivity in the governance of today. Mr. Chairman, I want to tell you today that when we talk of the inclusivity, the Speaker of the 10th Assembly and the leadership have made it so clear to us. As such, they created a committee titled Traditional Institutions, in which they give us the responsibility to manage the committee on behalf of the 360 members of the House of Representatives. Mr. Chair, permit me to go through Order 20, Rule 133, in which we give the mandate, one among others. If I might read, one, he said, this committee are here to develop policies that will advance the role of traditional institutions in maintaining national stability, peace, unity in the country. It's one of the key functions that's derived from the standing rule to the Committee on Traditional Institutions. Number two, Mr. Chairman, you said to engage with the traditional institution in promoting government policies, good governance, and tradition and national development. Number three, you made mention that liaise with the National Council of Traditional Institutions in community engagement in maintaining cordial citizen relationship with the federal government of Nigeria. Mr. Chair, the Speaker of the 10th National Assembly has made it clear to every one of us, where is it not being capped? Is it the area of education, or the area of security, or the areas of health that the traditional class are not involved? I recall one of my discussions, Mr. Chairman, what I had with the Speaker of the 10th Assembly, Right Honorable Tajuddin Yazazo. He made mention, the Chairman, House Committee on Traditional Institutions, do you have a look that this traditional house will have enough number of the resource personnel where when they are on their own responsibility, sometimes they are in their office, they resign simply because they want to give the best of theirs. Among them, there are professors. Among them, there are retired military generals. There are retired, I call them Supreme Court of Justice, and many to mention. The resource personnel, we have them abundant in the traditional institutional class, in which it requires of them, their experience should be brought on board. When you are talking about inclusivity, bringing them on board as the Speaker of the 10th Assembly, making it now, definitely this is what we mean by inclusivity, where the government of the day, we have it so clear, so open, so easy to run their own affairs, where the traditional class will be part and parcel of the government business of the day. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, at this point, this is where I want to stop and call on the member of the public that they should be rest assured the Speaker of the 10th Assembly is willing, capable, and ready to give lasting solution to the issue that affect the traditional class. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Larry, for your contributions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the panel You have heard them all. You have heard what they have said. This is a moment you have been waiting for. Moment to contribute, moment to ask questions on the traditional institutions in Nigeria way forward. So please, honorables, while I encourage you to ask as many questions as you can, please avoid protocol when you want to ask. Go straight to your question and be just specific and precise. And your question should also be directed to a particular person. Let not just be a general question. If you are asking, you say, I'm referring my question to Mr. XYZ, so that that person will take note and respond accordingly. So we'll start our questions from my left side, after which you come to the other side. So please, if you have your questions, get them ready and present as you are recognized in due course. I will start with the right honorable gentleman there. I believe you must be from the South. I don't have his name, but please allow him to speak to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, our traditional rulers and fathers. My question will go to the issue of and other traditional rulers. I wanted to know if you do have a place in your leadership that accommodates people with disability. And if you do you understand their needs? And what would you do going forward to enhance inclusivity in your governance structure? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I think each question that is directed, we expect the person that the question is targeted to just take notes, so that as we finish taking the questions, we allow them to answer one after the other. So I take more questions from this side. I know some leaders are anti-establishment. They have no history of established relationship with the traditional institutions, but I don't know today, after the traditional rulers have spoken, whether we have new converts. But before they make up their mind to say one or two things, let me recognize the lady here to ask a question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Ellen Taiwo Adebakin, the president of the Southern Women Empowerment Forum. My question is, what are the benefits of the traditional rulers in the electoral system or in government? Because we are always talking of kinship. I'm a traditional ruler, I'm a king, I'm a this. But at the end of the day, when they get to that seat, they don't have any benefits to gain. And people in the community look up to them for survival most times. I have a king. I asked him, how much do you spend every day? He told me, minimum of 1 million naira every day. Because people will come to him for food, for help. But who is he looking up to? What are the benefits they have? Because at the end of the day, you will see the traditional rulers looking up to the land of their forefathers or the people in the community to sell in order to survive and meet up standard. So please, it would be good if it's been outlined. This is the benefit of a traditional ruler when you are being acknowledged or when you are being given the title as a traditional ruler. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe your own is just a general comment, right? It's not targeted to any specific person. Thank you for the contribution. I'm sure this particular aspect you have spoken has already been addressed by some of our panelists, financial independence and financial autonomy. Thank you for your contribution. Any more contribution from here? Honorable Saidu.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Honorable Saidu Musa Abdullahi. I represent the people of Bida, Gwakokacha Federal Constituency. I am from Niger State. Mr. Speaker, to put it on record, I'm also the Gorzo of Nupe people. Mr. Speaker, I think mine will come in the form of a general comment. We've had so much of this talk shows without deeply looking into how to measure our resolutions on how to go forward. A senior colleague who has just left did mention that successive assemblies have tried to look at the issue of the roles that the traditional institution could play in this country. But over time, we reach resolutions, nobody measure whether or not those resolutions are implemented. And in the fullness of time, we organize another talk show. So I think it's high time we set up a platform, a mechanism through which we'll measure some of the resolutions that we reach for us to be able to make progress as a people. A lot has been said in terms of the value, the role that the transitional institution could play in our drive for national development. I will also want to talk a little about what the role the institution played, especially during the First Republic in the North. A lot was achieved when the traditional institution was given their due recognition. And it's because at the time we recognized who we are, but along the line, we've lost touch of where we're coming from, where we are, and it's what had landed us in the mess that we are today as a country. I think it's high time we try to look at our history, to appreciate where we're coming from, to look at the things that we were able to do rightly in the past, and but of course try to incarnate, to reinvent the wheel for us to be able to make progress as a people. The traditional institution is well cherished by the people. They're closer to the people, they understand the problems of the people. They have played a huge role in terms of conflict management over time. So it's foolhardy for us to displace them, to look the other side when we're talking nation building in this country. So I think it's very, very important, whatever resolution that we've come to reach here today, it's very important that we set up mechanisms through which we measure performances of those resolutions. If we do that, this 10th assembly will approach and will be able to achieve differently from what others have done in the past. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Saidu. You have truly shown that you are a true son of the Etsu. And he's very proud of you. And Honorable Larry, I'm sure you have taken note. Let it not just be a talk show. At the end of this gathering, we expect you to generate as many resolutions as possible that we can use going forward in our pursuit for constitutional amendment and creation of a role for the traditional institution. Thank you very much. There are 3 anti-establishment leadership. From my left side, one is from Kano. I don't know whether the Kano people, after the Aminu Kano demise, are now more pro-establishment, or they still remain anti-establishment. Do you have anything to say, or we allow you to talk later? You want to talk? Okay. Let's hear whether you are pro-Aminu or you are
Mr. Speaker,
pro-establishment.
Our Rebel Royal Fathers, led by the Esu of Nupe. Mr. Speaker, you very well know my antecedent as a PRP man. In Kano, we rebel against the traditional institution because of certain reasons. But I have said it very recently in the parliament. And if you recall, the time we went to Zaria, the emir of Zaria called me and gave me an assignment. And I'm working seriously on that assignment because I will not reject what was given to me as an assignment by the royal father, even if he is the emir of Zaria, and me being from Kano. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say on this very important issue is Looking at the security situation of the country, I believe nobody knows our local environment as well as our traditional rulers. We are being faced with so many security challenges to an extent where people are now afraid to travel and go back to their various constituencies. And it has been said here, our traditional rulers, whatever happens, they are always on ground. So I believe based on this reason, we can find a role for the traditional institution. And I would like to ask our elders, our fathers, which role do they envisage for themselves in the Constitution? I am asking this question to the Esu of Nupe. What should be their role? Because we want to fashion out a role. You have to stay and think, and I think they should know better than us. That's my contribution. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Leader Honorable Alima Daki. I think we have taken, I don't want my car when it is on the highway to be impounded by custom people. I wanted to say, let me just go to this side, but for fear of my own safety, the SU, please permit me to take one more person from the left side. The Chairman Customs, please stand up and ask your question.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, sitting as chair, my honorable colleagues, the traditional leaders here. I want to ask this question. I agree with you, have a place for all our traditional institutions in the Constitution. But are we going to talk about the paramount rulers or all the traditional rulers? For example, in my place, I'm from Kogi State. There's a community that used to have one king, but that same community now has 13 kings. There's one that used to have 13 kings. Now they have 27 kings. And it has now become, even sometimes the traditional rulers now in my place, sometimes it's even more than the subjects, the number. So when we are looking at the Constitution, we have to look at the appointment of these traditional rulers. It's not everybody that will just come up. What happened was that in 2020, I did an empowerment in my federal constituencies. Then I was having 53 traditional rulers. I had just 8 first class, and 9 second class, and 33 third class. I was able to provide vehicle for all of them. Immediately they saw it, everybody started scrambling that they want to become king. And that's what led to proliferation of kings. So in the law, we have to look at appointment of kings and regulate it so that it will have very respect that it deserves. In those days, we used to have 1 first class in a district. But today, in my own district, we have 5 first class. So this has been what is happening, and I believe that is what is happening all over the country. So these are the areas I think we should look at as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. So we come to this side, and I will start with my own brother. I'm going to be a bit selfish. I'm starting from my own state, Your Royal Highness, because I know there are no better people who love and admire traditional institutions more than the Kaduna State people. So I start with my brother, Honorable Hussaini Jallow, to start talking. I'm sure those who are not too pro-traditional will be more encouraged after he has spoken. Thank you. You have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker and Chairman of this occasion, my contribution is the traditional institution has already been recognized by the Local Government Reform of 1976. And also traditional rulers are members of the security of the local governments all over the Federation, 774. They are chairmen of, they are members of security at the state level. They want recognition in the Constitution when already they are recognized by the state and local governments as members of security, and also as institution that is very important in promoting the society, especially security and agriculture. With the kind of security situation facing Nigeria now, traditional institutions are the ones closer to the people. What is wrong? What has gone wrong? Is it the traditional institution has deviated from what is used to be in the past, or there is a problem somewhere? Before, any visitor that is coming to any town or village must have that recognition by traditional ruler. As somebody has said, I think they should better outline what role they want in the Constitution for them to play, different from what they are playing now at both the local government and the state level. Because any constitutional amendment that water down the powers of the states and local government, just like we have passed the local government reform, the judiciary and the state assembly, we must get 2/3 and ensure the state government are not going to do that. Which role exactly does the traditional institution was? I think they should furnish the National Assembly with the kind of roles they want to play. Secondly, another problem in Nigeria is the economy, because we have abandoned agriculture. What advice will you give the federal government on how to revive agriculture so that we can have agricultural reform in Nigeria so that our economy can improve? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Is that my chairman? But are you sure you can say anything here? It's not the chamber where, no amendments here, oh. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, our respected traditional rulers here seated. My question is very simple, and it has to do with the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. So it will be like a very general question. We are aware that every month, governors do get security votes. And to the best of my knowledge, those funds are intended for the security of their states. The question I want to ask is this: to what extent are the traditional rulers involved in the disbursement of that fund? Because pending when the issue of funding the local government, the traditional rulers institution properly will be fully taken care of. In the meantime, what do you think, or how do you think that money coming from the federal government to the state government for security will be properly utilized? Thank you.
Your question is targeted on whom?
Everybody, all the traditional
You
rulers
have to be specific.
Because
choose one.
Insecurity is everywhere in this country. It's not only in the southeast where I
The
come
rule
from.
is that question must be targeted to a specific person.
Okay.
Unless if it is just a general comment you are making.
From
which is noted.
the gentleman or the traditional ruler to my far left. Thank you.
The Pandef, right? Yes. Is it? Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Patoba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Leader, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Yansaza. Permit me to stand by Agbakin of Iselang. Permit me to stand by already established protocols. My own contribution are in two parts. One question, then the other one contributions. On the contribution aspect of it, one of the guest speaker mentioned that on the politics and the relationship with traditional rulers. As far as I'm concerned, there is no how I believe that we can separate the traditional institutions from the politics. But as a royal father, I believe that they are all fathers to all politicians. We, the politicians, will always go to them for their blessings and their support during an election. But I believe for them, they can play a neutral role as the children of the traditional rulers by not taking side with any of the candidates or any politicians. That is that. Then the question aspect of it will be directed to the chairman of the traditional rulers, our royal father, Esut of Nope. The question has to do with the ongoing amendment under the leadership of our able speaker. In the 8th and 9th Assembly, there were amendments to our constitutions. But when these amendments are passed at the National Assembly level, but getting to the states, we realize that nothing is being done, and the thing will just be dropped aside. But the ongoing one, the one that the 10th Assembly is embarking on now, what is the assurance that our royal fathers are going to engage all the state assembly members, because none of them emerge without your blessings? How are you going to engage them to ensure that whatever that is being transmitted from the National Assembly are looked into and passed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more contribution? Yes, Right Honorable. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker and the chair of today's occasion, I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Honorable Kalejaya Adeboye Paul, PhD. I'm from Lagos State. I just want to identify two key problems that the traditional rulers are facing. And I will narrow down so that if they can approach those two issues, we'll get there. They will no longer call for recognition because their role will have been defined in terms of their contributions. First is targeted at the governors. There is too much infiltration by our governors in the emergence of traditional rulers. Gone are the days when traditional rulers emerge through consultations of the oracle. But today, there are infiltrations. Oracles are no longer allowed by tradition, which we all met as young growing people, in the emergence of traditional rulers. So traditional rulers are appointed from the governors. So they must understand the source of their problem. The second source of the problem is the fact that the powers that traditional rulers wield is domiciled in their incubation time, the time they go to, Yorubas call it Ikpebi, when they go and undergo traditional rituals, and they are equipped and, well furnished in terms of protection. Nobody dares raises his hand against any traditional rulers. But today, what do we see? Traditional rulers are attacked, they are kidnapped from their domain because they no longer represent the institution they ought to. If they do, by way of equipping themselves, going through all the normal traditional rituals. So if they equip themselves very well, those in their domains will also respect them, and then they will be consulted. They will become a consultant to the nation in terms of, not only in terms of security, but in terms of interrelations with the people. So those are the two key things that I like to advise that the traditional rulers must look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear Honorable Doctor. The one next to you in white. Yes, please. Go ahead, sir. After you, you can speak after him.
Thank you, and thank the House. My name is Professor Isoko Yakinama Albert Ojotu from Uwele, Delta State. I'm a scientist. I'm an inventor with a team of scientists making research from childhood. And I'm standing here on the body of Incorporated Trustee, Albert Kayo Foundation. And this gathering that's here, I really appreciate the House and the traditional rulers that are here. I have two questions. One going to Milimini, the chief, and the other one is to the Speaker of the House. Before then, I want the House to know there's something missing in Nigeria, very great. From science, the result we got from our research was great. I should have been in Canada or US, but I said no, I will not be there. We have something to bring out for Nigeria because they relegated the black man in Africa as useless. That we cannot make, whether in politics, we cannot do. Listen to what somebody have said, that they should leave the problem for Africans to solve it. Yes. From here today, what is happening here, from the first National Assembly to now, I've given the Speaker of the House and the House of Representatives 80% of progress. Meaning that Nigeria's democracy is excelling and is moving forward. If you go outside, see how everybody is crying, talking, hungry, and what is happening around, complaining everywhere. The House assuring Nigeria, as we are here, give confidence to people that yes, we are going to reach the target. Let me tell you what is missing. In my result, the point is that what is missing is Nigerian human resources. The benefit, the resources from there is more than what is, that from here is more than that. So the question is, after this assembly, will the House?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your contribution. We are grateful. Honorable, please go ahead. You will be the last to recognize, after which our visitor, the Senator Remi Okoriboye, who is representing Afenifere, will also be given 2 minutes to address us. So after you,
thank you.
Senator, please, if he's around, I don't know where he's sitting, stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. So after him, we'll give you 2-3 minutes to speak to us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Obiora Opala, Executive Director, Center for Strategic Communication and Leadership Initiative. From what had been said here, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the roles of traditional institutions are well noted in the development of the Nigerian project. I want, Mr. Speaker, that having convened this honorable gathering today, may part of the resolutions be that the 5% multiples and tens of them now with so many other kingdoms sprouting with traditional rulers. So I want to task your 10th Assembly that while you have made an effort in the past, while the National Assembly have made an effort in the past to push this as a constitutional amendment down to the local governments, down to the state assemblies and the local and the state governments, try again. Let us not fail. Because one thing that is very critical is that the role of traditional institutions is very important, and they need to be funded. And when the traditional institutions are not funded, most traditional rulers become problems in their domain. They begin to task their people. But if they have direct funding that will come out of this percentage that is allocated to the local government funds, you find out that some of these problems will be reduced. So my submission is that we need to take it up to 10% and then let the 10th Assembly continue. Don't think that because you have done that in the past and the state assemblies did not collaborate. Continue, and I believe that everybody wants progress of the Nigerian project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate your comments and contributions. The last speaker, but not the least in terms of importance, our recognition is distinguished Senator Remy, who is representing Afenifere. Thank you. Distinguished, please, 3 minutes.
Well, the Honorable Speaker, all our traditional institutions who are represented here, ladies and gentlemen, one, I must apologize that I came very late, just coming in. I had a delayed flight from Akure this morning. But notwithstanding, even though I have limited information as to what has gone on thus far, but realizing that the item being spoken about is about our institutional traditional institutions. I have no doubt in my mind, like you all know, that we in the Southwest regard our traditional rulers very highly, and we hold them in a very high esteem. But that notwithstanding, our democracy is taken from the British, the Americans. The Americans don't recognize traditional institutions, but we all know that the British do. They revere them so much. You know, and we all know the role the Queen of England plays in England, notwithstanding their development and everything. I think the last hope of any common man, aside from the democracy we are practicing, is the traditional institutions. They are the ones that will not be relegated ordinarily to unknown, even when everything happens. I remember that in the days of the military government, no matter what happens, the traditional institution stays. And therefore, it's an institution we should revere and recognize appropriately. But having said that, the role that the traditional institutions have played over the years in Nigeria is enormous, from the Obi of Onitsha to the emirs in the north and to our Kabiyesis in the southwest. They assisted in governance. They did the best they can to sustain Nigeria even in terms of maximum crisis. Therefore, it is us, it's our institution, it's our people. They are the people who are the custodians of our tradition. And amongst our tradition in Africa, in Nigeria, is that we want good governance. To have good governance, we need them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think and I believe that our traditional institution must be held in high esteem. But they cannot be held in high esteem in isolation if they don't have the necessary powers to work with the people, if they don't have the necessary funds to run the institution, if they have to go cap in hand to the ordinary people who they know sometimes are people of questionable characters, to be able to sustain themselves. In that instance, therefore, I think there should be a provision within our constitution that will make it necessary, imperative for that institution to be that recognized. I therefore want to say that over time, we are going to, in Afenifere, we will work out details and make a good submission, to the Honorable Speaker on way forward, on things to do that will make the institution an enviable one, an enduring one for that matter. Thank you very much, Mr. House Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished Senator, for your contributions. We will not take your contributions for granted. We have heard you will do something about it. The last but not the least contributor to this program is Alhaji Murtala M. Aliyu, the Motor Land Gombe, the Secretary General of Arewa Consultative Forum. Sir, you're welcome, and sorry for not recognizing you earlier. I think you didn't inform the MC of your presence, would have recognized you, and most likely, just like your Afenifere brother, brought you to the high table for you to contribute. But be that as it may, it's my pleasure to request that you speak to us for 3 minutes to give us your position on the role of traditional institutions in Nigeria, the way forward. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I think I was here too early enough. That's why I missed in the crowd. I came here at 9:30, and I had my breakfast at the Speaker's office. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think most of the things have been said by the panelists. But I think one aspect that we need to add, or two, is the issue of our own unity. The traditional rulers actually, apart from symbolizing our unity, also contribute in bringing us together. Mr. Speaker, about a year ago, I was at Igbarauke, as the guest of Oba Francis. Went there with Tijani Bande when he has made the Omolabia Atata of Igbarauke. And we were, displayed with a show for tradition. Countries make a lot of money in tourism. And when people come here, we display Doba and other traditional forms. So the traditional rulers have a way of also bringing revenue into our country, not just taking from the country. So I think if they are empowered and they are supported, they will strengthen our tourism industry. Secondly, we've been talking about security, but I think another aspect that is missing is the intelligence aspect. Apart from security, substantial information or source of intelligence will come from the traditional institutions. And I think if we empower them, the intelligence will have little problem getting what we require from them, and then the security network can be bettered. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the House for making this a serious matter, because for as long as we disregard the traditional institution, which are our bases, which also forms our identity, which also plays significant role, especially in alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution. People have more confidence going to the traditional rulers than going to courts. So I think if they are empowered, we'll be fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you. I think we have come to the end of the question session. It's now time for members of the panel who have been asked specific questions to respond, and I will start humbly by requesting the ESU of Nupe to open the floor by responding to the questions asked directed to him in specific.
Yes, Your Excellency, distinguished members of the panel, the participants, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I must appreciate and commend the efforts of this great house, and also all that have found time to be here with us. God bless you all. I also want to appreciate all the comments, observations, and advice given during the session. We pray Almighty Allah to guide us through. noble objectives. First and foremost, go to the involvement of persons with disability. Actually, I just give you one example from my own domain. I have what you call Sarkin Guragu, Sarkin Makafe, then Sarkin Kuruma, and Sarkin Kutare. So all these title holders, they are meant to organize their people to blend with all the communities, all the people in the community, and tell us their problems, which we always welcome. So we involve them in our council. There are times that we have to invite all these circuits to come and ask them what are their problems or what do they want us to do for them. So they are physically and ably represented. That's for the traditional institution. It has been like that. We inherited it and they'll continue with it. So don't leave anybody behind in our communities. They are all involved. So we are rest assured. The other roles, somebody was asking, what are the specific roles you want the institution to play in the Constitution? We have already written a memo, a very comprehensive memo, to the committee in charge of review of 1999 Constitution. I will not read all the contents of that memo, but I want to just highlight some portions for your understanding and consumption, and believe that after this sitting, each and every one of us here will go home and deliberate on this point and give a feedback to the committee that is ongoing. Actually, the roles the institution is action about are only in two folds. One, the legality of the institution to exist in our Constitution. The legality framework that we are legal, we are guaranteed that we should exist side by side in the governance of this country. That's the legal instrument. The second aspect is the functions. What are the likely functions expected this institution to perform? As I've been performing before, and what are we now, and what would you hope to perform in presently and in future? So on that note, I would like to inform this august gathering that in the paper we presented to the committee in charge of review of this 1999 Constitution includes membership at the National Council of State. The paper stated that traditional rulers should be included in the membership of the National Council of State. The 1999 Constitution should therefore be amended accordingly. We further recommend that the traditional institution should be represented by 3 traditional rulers from each of geopolitical zones, who shall be the chairman and or members of other state council of chiefs. Such representation is the Council of States shall be left to the directive, to the discretion of each of the 6 political zones. Whoever will attend this Council of States should come from all about 3 of them. If you multiply 3 by 6, you get 18. So we're expecting 18 members of traditional rulers to be a member of Council of States, where you have the governors, retired head of states, chief justice, and all the leaders, the past leaders. Then we are talking of having a structure known as National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria. The membership shall be the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is going to be the chair of this council. Then the other members will be chairman of State Council of Traditional Rulers and 2 other traditional rulers from each state or the federation. And the chairman of FCT is also a member. Now, what are the functions of this council? 1, giving general advice to the federal government. 2, undertake an evaluation of tradition, customs, and usages with a view to proposing to the government the elimination of those customs and usages that are outmoded, socially harmful, or incompatible with national interest and unity of Nigeria. 3, advising the federal government on proposed development plans for Nigeria as they see them from grassroots perspectives. 4, advising on religious matters. 5, promoting and advising on arts and culture. 6, deliberating and expressing opinions on any matter which it deems fit to be of importance to the whole country, which may be referred to it by the federal government. 7, assisting in resolving boundary disputes. 8, assisting in the mobilization of human and material resources towards self-reliance and welfare of the people of Nigeria. And 9, carrying out such other functions as the government of the Federation of Federal Republic of Nigeria may refer to it. So these are the functions this national body will be performing to the federal government. Now, at state levels, there shall be a state council of traditional rulers in each state or the federation in Abuja, which shall preside over by a traditional ruler appointed in the manner prescribed by law of the state or FCT, and shall perform the following functions. 1, giving general advice to the state government. 2, advising the state government on proposed developments. 3, advising on religious matters. 4, promoting and advising on arts and culture, chieftaincy matters, creation of new chieftaincies or upgrading of any chief, or making laws for security and dignity of traditional rulers and affecting the structure and stability of traditional institutions. Okay. So those are the items that actually listed. The functions, the legal instrument and the functions of this institution is guaranteed by this memo that were presented to National Assembly, that the constitution that is handling the amendment of the 1999 constitution. So in this note, I think most of the questions being asked are already covered in our memo, and actually gone through. We're going to distribute these copies to our distinguished panelists here, and also other members to go through and see what they can contribute towards enhancing our involvement in Nigeria's constitution. As I said earlier, we only have 2 points that we're arguing about: legality of this institution, and 2, the function the institutions are expected to perform at all times. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Any other question targeted to any member of the panelists beside the ESU of Namibia? Yes, Your Royal Highness, I think you wanted to speak, right? Please go ahead.
Your Excellency, my chairman, Sunupe, I'm here just to compliment and thank Your Excellency on this issue, on bringing up this matter to this level. We are grateful to you, and will continue to be grateful to this assembly. Little thing I just want to add, because of this, because most of the main purpose of this particular gathering, and that has called for this particular gathering, is because of this, of the insecurity in this country, which is a major aspect of bringing up this, bringing this assembly to this level. I want to simply suggest that the co-chairman of the council, of the National Council of Traditional Ruler, should be included in the in the National Security Council for this period, so that they will be able to give enough suggestions from time to time, so that all the security problem in this country can get to a close. I would suggest if this constitution can be amended for this period of time, because of this security situation in the country, has given this country a great concern. Secondly, equally in the states, all the chairmen of all state council should be included in the state council of the state security councils. All chairmen of council of traditional rulers, because the security problem is giving everybody fear. People can no longer go to farm. People can no longer travel on the road. Serious problems on this security issue. Not the least, Agbaki, I'm thanking you, and my community, the Olowa of Ibaroke, will be offering you Bamofi of Ibaroke Kingdom. So a letter to that effect will be sent from my kingdom to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Your Royal Highness, I think what you have done is to intimidate my members the more. No Yoruba member will ever come to the chamber after that pronouncement without coming to do Dubale for me. Eh? That would be the standing rule of the house. We'll change it on the floor. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, distinguished honorable colleagues. I think we have, we have one more royal father to answer question raised by one of our members. After him, we'll draw the curtain for the day.
Thank you very much. All protocol duly observed. As I've introduced earlier on, I'm Chief Sir Obiwemi Ominimini, PhD, in the Agbarato Kingdom, representing Pandev. On the issue of security vote and traditional rulers, frankly speaking, in all the states of the Federation, there are security votes being collected by the governors. These security votes are so high to the extent that in some states, it is running into billions of naira. And I want to state here categorically that in most emirates and in all the kingdoms in Nigeria, there are security outfits at the control of the traditional ruler. You have vigilantes and other security outfits. In fact, research has shown that these traditional rulers do not benefit from the security votes being collected from the coffers of the state government by the state government and by the state governors. This is so because the security votes are not subject to audit. A situation where one collects the resources of the state as security vote without being audited is bad. If these security votes are properly used, given to traditional ruler to supervise the security outfits in their domain, crime will reduce. Why is it that we have insecurity in Nigeria and governors are collecting huge security votes? Go and ask the state commissioner of police. Go and ask the army formations in the various states. what they get is nothing compared to the security vote. I want to recommend in the constitutional amendment that one, the security votes be collected by these governors, humongous amount of money. Some part of it should be extended to the traditional ruler for maintenance of security outfit in their domain. And two, this security vote should be subjected to audit. Let the state audit know how much they are collecting and how they spend it. If this is done, insecurity will reduce in Nigeria. Having said this, the House of Reps and the National Assembly is making effort to amend the Constitution to suit Nigeria so that Nigeria can develop. In fact, at some quarters, people can say that this exercise will be a waste because there is an ambush somewhere. The State Assembly. I do not want to agree with people that it's a rubber stamp, but I want to say empirically that the State Assembly, they are unlike the National Assembly, where the majority have their way, the minority have their say. The State Assembly may not approve of this constitutional amendment. Therefore, Afenifere, Pandef, Ohaneze Ndigbo, Arewa Consultative Forum should go back to the various regions and engage the members of the State Assembly. Otherwise, whatever the governors tell them to do, they will do, and they will kill this constitutional amendment. Therefore, go back to the various zones and engage the members of the State House of Assembly. Let them know that they are elected by the people and not elected by the governors. In this regard, state security is important in this stage of Nigeria. Let us not have fear that governors will use them, to the detriment of other politicians. We need state security. It should be there in the Constitution. In fact, security should be removed from the exclusive list, and state government should have their state police. State police is important, but there should be a clause in the Constitution where the actions of the state police will also be subject to the federal police. There should be limitation for them. And so these are the issues I want to also bring on table. I think I've answered your question. Thank you, and God bless you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, our royal father. You have spoken as a true nationalist, and your message has resonated to all members. We have heard you. We'll do the best we can. Thank you so much for your contribution. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because of lack of time, we have already exhausted the time allocated to us. This is where we'll draw the curtain for this program. But I want to assure you one thing, that this will not be the last. We'll continue to create forum where issues like this will be deliberated, and the National Assembly, specifically the House of Representatives, will be the anchor. Thank you so much, our royal fathers, for finding time to come down to give your contribution. Our learned brothers, particularly the president of the Bar Association, the Nigerian Guild of Auditors, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, the Afenifere, the Secretary General of the Area Consultative Forum, and so many other people that are here to also contribute their own time. We say a big thank you to all of you. All the issues discussed have been itemized, have been captured, itemized, and in due course we'll send a communique that will reflect the total contribution of each and every one of you. Because of lack of time, I may not have time to go through what each and every member has contributed. But His Royal Highness the Esu has done a good job by articulating the position of the traditional institution on the next constitutional amendment. My brother from the Area Consultative Forum is the only one that has said what has not been captured in previous discussion, which is the enhancement of tourism. If the traditional institutions are strengthened, is a way Nigeria can be able to enhance its tourism potential. That is a very good point. You also made mention of using the traditional institution to improve the national, the intelligence gathering in the country. Thank you so much for those contributions. May God bless you, sir. Honorable colleagues, I think this is where we come to the end of this program. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the contribution. May God bless you all. May God take you back to your various destinations safely. Thank you so much. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you very much. May we please give him a standing ovation? It has been so robust, so engaging, and simply interesting. Please, louder. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Congratulations to us. Next, Mr. Speaker, is for us to have a group photograph. Let's please get together, get closer. Possibly make a C, make a curve. This photograph will stand the test of time. History is being made today. NUJ, please. NUJ, okay. Arewa Consultative Forum, Afenifere, please join His Excellency the Speaker and other panelists with the participants, please. The tall ones may stay behind. Principal officers, Minority Leader, Honorable Chinda, Leader, Professor Ihombere. Thank you very much. And I take advantage of this moment. We have a very important announcement to announce to you that dinner cards will be distributed. So participants and other invited guests, you may please stay back and expect your invitation cards for the gala night that will take place tomorrow. We have invitation cards for the gala night tomorrow. So we'll expect our participants and other invited guests meant for the dinner tomorrow to please stay back to collect your cards as admissions. Admissions can only be done through this that I'm holding here, please. This is the card for the gala night tomorrow. You may please stay back. Please stay back to have your card. Without this card, you will not have access for the dinner tomorrow in the evening. Thank you so much. We're not done yet. We're moving straight on to the next session. So please, we'd like you to stay back. The Speaker, House of Reps, will definitely have to go back to the office to attend to other matters of national importance. But the rest of us, please, we're moving to the next session, please. The next session. Yes, sir. We're moving to the next session, interactive session on political participation and gender mainstreaming. Please do not go. The Speaker alone will be back to his office to attend to other matters. But the rest of us, please, will have to stay back. We'll need to stay back for the next session, which commences immediately. Please, we're moving straight to the next session. Okay, so I'll call you. Please, we're moving on to the next session as I invite the chairman for the next session, and that's Honorable Tolutope Akande Sadipe. The chairman for the next session is Honorable Tolutope Akande Sadipe, Chairman, Committee on Ethics and Privileges. Please, let's put our hands together for the chairman of the next session, which is interactive session on political participation and gender mainstreaming. Please, my honorable, please. Honorable Tolutope Akande Sadipe, Chairman, Committee on Ethics and Privileges. Also like to invite to the high table Honorable Fatima Talba, Chairman, Committee on Women in Parliament. Honorable Fatima Talba, Chairman, Committee on Women in Parliament. Please, to the high table, please. Also on the panelists, I have Honorable Barrister Blessing Amadi. Honorable Blessing Amadi, Deputy Chairman, Committee on Women in Parliament, please, to the high table. Honorable Bayo Balogun, Chairman, Committee on Electoral Matters. Honorable Bayo Balogun, Chairman, Committee on Electoral Matters, please, to the high table. Please, those of us at the back, would like you to please come forward, fill in the seats, please, to make the sitting arrangement look more tidy, please. Those of us at the back, ushers, where are the ushers, please? Please. Those of us at the back, would like you to come forward and occupy the front seats. We also like to invite the President of Southern Women Empowerment Forum, Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, PhD. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, PhD. Please, to the high table. Dr. Jake Epele, Albino Foundation, please. Dr. Jake Epele. We have civil society organizations here, please. Civil society organizations, please. You may indicate by raising up your hand. Please come forward. We have the front seats for you. Civil society organizations. Development partners. National Council of Women Societies. National Council of Women Society. Women Civil Societies, please. If you hear any of your organizations, we'd like you to please come forward, please. Women Diaspora Organizations. Women Diaspora Organizations. Nigerian Union of Journalists. Please come up here, please. Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, the leader of the House of Representatives, the minority leader, House of Representatives, honorable members. Once again, we'd like to welcome you all to the second session of day 2 for the Open Week 2024. To kickstart this very important session, I'd like to yield the microphone to the chairman of session, who is also the chairman, Committee on Ethics and Privileges, and that's Honorable Tolutokwe Akande Sadikwe, to please give us her opening remarks. Honorable sir, please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention as I request the chairman of session to welcome us. Honorable Chairman, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. At this point, you will allow me to stand on existing protocol because I know you all have been in this room for a long time and I know you want to go to lunch. So I'm going to make this as brief and encompassing as possible. But I must first of all correct something. My name is Honorable Tolu Lokpe, not Tolu Tokpe. Tolu Lokpe Akonde Sadikwe. And I will start off by reading out a brief, like a report or a brief statement. With regards to political participation and gender mainstreaming, women make up half of the country's population. But World Index reveals that their political participation remains abysmally low at 6.7% in elective and appointed positions, thereby lagging far below the global average of 22.5% and the Africa regional average of 23.4%. The West African sub-regional average being 15%. And this data is from the National Bureau of Statistics here in Abuja. Today, we gather to discuss a crucial aspect of our society: political participation and gender mainstreaming. These two pillars are not just buzzwords. But I know a lot of people in the audience will say, yeah, sure, they are not buzzwords, but nothing is happening. They are essential components of a thriving democracy and a fair society. Without gender mainstreaming, can we say that there's gender fairness in Nigeria? Inclusion of all and respect of diversity, in this case gender, is achieved if the theme of today, political participation and gender mainstreaming, is successful in the real world. So we will have questions that will come up. What are these questions? What is the position of gender mainstreaming and political participation today? What do we expect it to be? And how do we intend to get there? Is this a crucial theme to the success of this society? We will be discussing these issues. We will be making suggestions. We will be taking questions and suggestions from the audience. And I will start from my right. And then we will go over me again and go to the left. On the right, we have the political class. On the left, we have the citizens class. The people who are here to keep us on track. Am I right or wrong? So I'll start from the political class on the right side. Thank you. And I'll start off from right here, from Honorable Barrister Blessing Amadi.
Good afternoon, the coordinator. Good afternoon, my leader. Good afternoon, the minority leader, members of the high table, ladies and gentlemen. I am Blessing Chigeru Amadi, representing the good people of Port Harcourt 2, River State, and Ikwere woman. I thank God for this day that we are discussing women. Women in politics and in governance in Nigeria. Let me break it down that way. It's been difficult to recognize women in Nigeria. From some of our localities, the women are not heard, they are not seen, and it's not different from what happens in politics. You have to be very, very strong for you to be able to get to this place. It's not easy, it's not been easy. But why can't we change this narrative in view of the fact that the women are competing favorably well with their male counterparts? I know that if the women in this house, apart from the two of us, the other women, they are not here. They are not in, I don't know, we spoke to some of them, they are not here. None of them is, apart from the two of us. The problem we have is that women don't like themselves, they don't support themselves. And 2 days ago, I attended the Women for Women International Conference, and I was asking the president of the National Council of Women's Societies that they should do more mobilization of women. We have women professional groups, we have FIDA, we have MBA women group, we have women doctors, we have female nurses, and so forth and so on. We should bring them together and teach them how they should come together and fight for what rightly belongs to them. But most of the times, we do to the NGOs, when they want to organize seminars, we don't see professionals with them. A few women are just there, and this message doesn't get home, doesn't get back home. So how do we mobilize women to sit up and come for this problem? And I want to suggest that even in the National Assembly, here we are, it's difficult for women to come together. The men should help us, please, because you are husbands, you are brothers, you are fathers. You have to help us. You are more in number. I mean, out of 360, I think we're about 16 or 14. So you have to help us. This is a question of, getting in line with what is happening globally. We just came back from Qatar, Women World Conference. There are some states that have up to 60 women in the parliament. The men have to support us so that we can also come up. Thank you very much.
The leader of the House, the minority leader, colleagues, other panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I would have loved to speak later, but with the tune the first speaker spoke, I think I am more guided, because I could have been seen, I might be seen, probably to be anti-women after my speech. So, but the way you spoke, it has actually shown that the problem is not us, the men. The problem is actually your own as women. So, moving forward, considering my position, chairman on electoral matters, I must be seen to be fair. And when you are looking at most of the, let's say some of the bills being proposed by the some of the gender bills being proposed, suggesting special positions for women in the elective positions, it might be seen to be undemocratic. Because in democracy, it's a matter of numbers. Then we can be talking about special positions or percentage in appointments. But when it comes to elective positions, issues of identity politics versus developmental politicking should be looked at objectively. Are we looking at people that will help in the development of the state, or we are just trying to satisfy an identity? If we go that route, I'm sure my brother is here representing the people with disability. He will also be talking about special position, elective position for the physically challenged or people with disability. The youths will be talking about special positions for the youth in elective positions, because they also believe that the older generations have the resources to get most of these elective positions. So we should be concentrating on people with capacity. How do we develop this country? We can only develop the country by people who are prepared, who has the capacity to deliver. So in solving the women's problem, I think it's something the women will have to come together, because it is not, you don't just develop a woman to become a minister or a commissioner or a senator. You must start from the grassroots. How many rep member, senator is guiding some younger ones to become councillors, supervisors, so that they can start growing, so that they can also meet up with the requirements when they get to the top level. It's only few of the professional women who are able to make their mark, probably in the banking, in the public, the private sectors, that are able to get to the Senate or the House of Reps or become commissioners or ministers. How many numbers do we have at that level? But if we are able to, you take maybe one minister, one senator, one rep member, female rep members, should start going back to their own constituency, help develop the young ones, the young ladies. And again, politics is local. You have to look at what is the political environment in which you operate. At a point in time in Lagos, most of the palm sex in Lagos were women. In fact, at a point in time, 3 chief justices of the state, of Lagos State, were women consecutively. Because we believe women, more women should work in the public service as teachers, as civil servants, because they are able to time their own agenda with those of your children. A teacher will close at work by 4 o'clock, but at the same time the students will also be closing. That was one of the reasons that made more of the women to be in the civil service than the men. But if things are changing, it will change gradually. We cannot force some of these things. So I want to appeal to our female folks, do more of this sensitization within yourself, help build more professional women that can be able to take up some of these elective positions. It cannot be forced down. It cannot be legislated. It will be undemocratic. But we can work on the percentage of appointments. So those are the areas I feel we can do as a house. But the one of the elective positions, I think, is more in your purview than for us as your male counterparts. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much for those 2 contributions. In view of those contributions, I need to stir the mindset of the crowd in a particular way. You had mentioned the word competence. And I think what we're fighting for as women is not the selection of incompetent women, but the inclusion of competent women. So we need to clarify that, because this incompetence matter keeps coming up. Nobody is asking for a handout. We're asking for inclusion and the word competence. Now that takes me to the issue of disabilities before I pass it on to the other side. When we ask for mainstreaming, mainstreaming includes various aspects. The title of this event was Mainstreaming and Political Inclusion with regards to gender. But there's also the issue of mainstreaming and inclusion of people living with disabilities, because they are and should be represented in the political sphere as well. So as we discuss, I would like the audience to take note and take cognizance of that too. Thank you. Then I will start from this side, and I think I'll start from closest to me again, and we'll go down. Thank you. And please, let's do 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm glad to be here today, and I must commend the speaker and Honorable Shadipe for counting me worthy to be part of the panelists today. My name is Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, the president of the Southern Women Forum. First of all, before I go into the answer of the question, I must first of all disagree with the honorable member from Rivers State concerning she was saying something about women not supporting each other. I'm here as the president of the Southern Women, and I can assure you that I have so many of my women seated here with me to support me for this program, and they are yet seated with me. So to me, we women, we support each other. In terms of empowerment, our forum, we empower women, minimum of 500 women every month. And we make sure we take it to the various grassroots. We attach so many NGOs to us that really help us to make sure it gets to communities. To me, I feel the question is to be thrown to every one of us here as men and women. That if you are in any position, you need to go down there and bring somebody up. With 50,000, you can empower a fellow woman like you to be productive to her family. With 100,000, you can empower a fellow woman like you to become useful to the nation. There's an adage that says if you empower a woman, you empower a nation. In a family, the mother takes care of her husband, she takes care of her children, both male and female. Why can't we stand up among ourselves as women and come up to empower each other? Among us in the forum, we have captains of industry, we have the bank manager of Union Bank seated here, we have bank manager, the manager of Total Energy seated here. Also in my forum, I looked out for competent women that are already made to empower fellow women. And that's why we have been moving up. Every month, we make it responsibility to ourselves. By this time next week, we will be in Enugu State to empower 500 women. In August, we will be in Oyo to empower 500 women. In September, we will be in Delta State to empower 500 women. We will continue going from one state to another to empower women, because we can't only wait for the government alone to assist us. We have capable women that are working in high-profile industry that has the source and the resources to help one another. Let us come together and support each other. And also, she made mention of men also not giving support to women. I want you to know, in our forum, men has also been supporting us. The most support I get is men. They will come and tell you, what do you want? We'll give you. But the only problem is that we usually think that you women don't like yourself. Then I will always change the narrative, telling them that we women, we love ourselves. We have come to make a difference. So thank you on that. So let me quickly go to the inclusiveness. Sorry, I have a short this thing to speak on so that it's going to be this thing. So, sorry. I am honored to speak to you today about gender mainstreaming, a critical approach in achieving gender equality and empowerment of all individuals, regardless of gender. Gender mainstreaming involves integrating a gender perspectives into all stages of policy development, implementation, and evaluation. It is not just a strategy, but a transformative process aimed at ensuring that both women and men benefit equally from policies and resources. Gender mainstreaming acknowledges that our society are diverse and that traditional gender roles have historically led inequalities. By systematically considering the different needs, constraints, and aspirations of all gender, we work towards a more inclusive and equitable world. Firstly, gender mainstreaming promotes fairness. It ensures that women's voices are heard and addressed in all policies areas, from education and healthcare to economy and politics. By identifying and addressing barriers, we pave the way for equality, opportunities, and outcome. Secondly, the last one, it enhances the effectiveness of policies. Gender-sensitive policies are more comprehensive and reflective of societal needs. For instance, in the workplace, recognizing the specific challenge faced by women, such as gender pay gap or workplace harassment, help create more supportive and productive environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. We women want to be heard. That's why. I'll pass it down that way. But before I do that, I must touch on something very quickly. The issue of affirmative action in political parties. It's very, very key, and I want you all to think of that as well as I'm passing the mic down. If there's affirmative action in the parties, you will see more women in politics.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I want to use this opportunity to commend His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, for his passion for, and I must also commend two people in his workforce, Dr. Ernest and Dr. Jerry. And I'm saying that because of the leadership skills that they have shown by being adaptable to accommodate inclusivity, even in the shortest possible time. With that said, because of time, knowing me and who I am doesn't really matter. But what matters to me is inclusion of persons with disability. While I'll give you a few points on how we can have persons with disability included in the political system, let me totally disagree about the issue of incompetence of anybody. It doesn't matter whether it's a woman or a man. There is no incompetent individual. There is incompetent society that doesn't have competent structure and competent system that makes individual competent. No woman is incompetent. Not one. I've never seen one. My wife runs my home better than I run my home. You can't tell me that that woman is incompetent. We have incompetent society who keep tolerating languages that demeans us, languages that disempower us, and that's where we are today. There are women that are leading nations. So the issue is not about the gender of the person, it's the society that does not want to include individuals like that to express themselves. Think of where I would have been today. I sit here, I am a United Nations ambassador for albinism. So if somebody had looked at my color and said I'm incompetent, I wouldn't be where I am. I'm the human rights defender for France and Germany. When you look at my color, would you say that that is incompetent? No. Incompetence is in the person. Competence is in the person when that person is allowed to express himself. Now, let me give you a few points and I'm done. Madam, I stand and say, I totally disagree with you. There should be affirmative action. You're not giving it because the woman is not incompetent or the woman cannot compete favorably. The environment does not allow her to compete favorably. That is the truth. She doesn't have the money you have. She doesn't have the network you have. She is not able to stay and make decisions by 4 a.m. that will change the political equation. She is looking out for her children at home, her husband she has to take care of, and the society at large. And so affirmative action, if we understand it in context, does not mean that you're giving an incompetent person an opportunity to be elected. No, you're just saying that this person doesn't have the access that she deserves to have or he deserves to have in order to be given an opportunity. So please, let's not take ourselves backward. The world is going forward, recognizing issues around diversity and inclusivity, giving the woman the opportunity, not because she's a weaker sex, but because she needs to be given the platform to express herself as a person created by God. With that said, for persons with disability, you have left us behind for too long. And now you either give us the opportunity or we will take it by force. That said, what can we do to mainstream disability? Number one, political awareness. When we started pushing for political participation of persons with disability, only 5 people contested. After 2 years of our project and the project of others, we have 65 people contested. If you want to take the destiny of a man, deny that person, or a man or a woman, deny that person information. So we need to increase the velocity of voter education, political education, creating leaders, political leaders, giving them the space and the opportunity to express themselves. Number two, we need to build the legislative and legal system that promotes inclusivity. We need to invest in laws that will give the persons with disability to express themselves. Thank God for the National Assembly for giving us the Disability Act. Can you imagine what that is doing across the country today? But let's not stop at that. We need to build political institution that is truly inclusive. Everyone that knows me knows that I'm not a vain promoter of INEC. But there's one thing that INEC had done better than most institutions across the country. It is inclusion. INEC had presented the framework that allows for simple things like priority voting. So, look at me. If I spend 10 minutes in the sun, I get burnt. I'm a skin cancer survivor. And so, if you put me in the sun to stand in the line to go and vote, I will not. That's why I never voted. I'm sorry, moderator, another 1 minute, I'll be done. I never voted until I was 58. By the way, I'm 63. Don't I look good at 63? I never voted because it wasn't conducive. So we began to fight until we got priority voting. As a matter of fact, it was my organization that championed the replacement of Electoral Act. Thank God for Dr. Enix. The replacement of Electoral Act 2022, Section 54, subsection 1 and 2. One of that sections says that INEC may reasonably accommodate us. And we began to fight. Electoral Act 2022, section 56, subsection 2, changed that dynamics. And now is INEC shall. And every lawmaker here will agree that words carry mandates. And so there's a need to strengthen political institutions. There's a need to educate further persons with disability, not only on their political rights, but for them to know that it is their right. You're not doing us a favor to not only to vote, but to be voted for. That brings me to election. There's a need for us to elect more persons with disability. There's a need for us to appoint more persons with disability. Let me end here so that I don't take all the time. I thank God for the opportunity. Unknown to many people, I was the one that led the introduction of sign language interpreters at the National Assembly. And so there's a whole lot. Can you imagine if I don't have the exposure that I have and the little education, I wouldn't know these things. So finally, we need to educate persons with disability. Give a man education. In fact, the first thing God created was education. When he says, let there be light.
Okay, I can go ahead. A very fiery speech or contribution by the Dr. Jake Ekpela. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be here and representing the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ. I was at an event some time ago, and of course, it was an event that was filled essentially by women. And I was one of the few guys or men there. But they were shouting this slogan, which I'm sure a lot of you will be aware. I will shout it and see how you respond. But there is no way, there is nobody here, whether man or woman, that will not agree with the slogan. It was, no woman, no woman, no woman, and it was true. You know, we are talking about support for women and all that. Yes, we understand, but the reality is that there is no basis to withdraw support from women or not to support them. Because every single one of us has a connection with a woman. Our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, our fiancés, our wives, even for some of those who want to go the other way, mistresses, which I'm not promoting anyway, but women are always there. They are very essential in everything that we do. So anything that would enhance the quality of their lives and take them to the very next level, I think every man should be able to support. The reality is that some progress have been made. And I'm happy that some of our people here on the platform have talked about the need for men to support. And I think there's a consensus that men have been supporting women in so many ways. Every victory, if you look at the apartheid movement in South Africa and the struggle by the ANC and the Inkatha Freedom Party, when we are extolling the virtues of these two organizations, we tend to forget that there were some white people that marched along with black people who were also not happy with what was going on by people of their own kind. The civil rights movement in America also had whites marching along. So it is the same thing, that no victory that has been achieved by women in Nigeria has been achieved without the support, without the participation of men, one way or the other. What we are asking for is more support by the men for the women folk. After all, it is about our nation. And that gets me to what this thing is all about, this discussion is all about. Again, when we talk about gender, maybe because of the unique issues with women in Nigeria, gender is not about women. Gender is not. Go and look at the dictionary. It's about men and female participation in politics. And so the title of this discussion actually is Political Participation and Gender Mainstreaming. And the argument is that they are essential to the survival of democracy. Some years back, there was something Puff Daddy said. Sean Combs for those of us who follow popular pop culture. Of course, in recent times, he has been involved in some cases that you don't want to identify with. But he said on the back, he wore this t-shirt, provocative, vote or die. And of course, nobody is going to die if you don't vote, because you have the freedom to vote, to participate, and you have the freedom not to participate in an electoral process, in a political process. But what he wrote on that t-shirt was fundamental. You have to participate in the affairs of your country. You cannot sit back and allow people that you believe are not competent, that you believe are not there for your own good, to continue to take decisions on your behalf. And so the failure of the Nigerian state is the failure of the Nigerian people. You can blame the politicians all you want, but truth be told, we also know that they are also from us. And so we must be very conscious, because somebody has made the argument that the price that we have to pay for democracy is eternal vigilance. And so our country, we see our country going up in smoke. We see insecurity everywhere. And the truth is that if 20 years ago, at the dawn of democracy, these 25 years of unbroken democracy, the most pessimistic Nigerian here, if anybody had told you to predict, to look into the future, look into the crystal ball, that if things will not work in this country, how bad do you think it will be? I will wager to say that nobody will ever believe that it can be as bad as this. But we are here to try to provide a solution. We are here because whether we have not been happy with what has gone on in our country or not, we know deeply, somehow, reluctantly, that we love this country. And if you want to know how much we love this country, as much as we abuse Nigeria, go abroad. Those people who have left this country out of bitterness and frustration, selling their properties, find it very difficult to forgive their experiences here. But there is no single day that they don't follow what is happening in their country, because they want to hear some good news about Nigeria. They want to hear that suddenly things are beginning to move in the right direction. Because for every single good news in this country means that the possibility for them to come back is higher. There is no place like home. There's no doubt about that. So we want to build a country that works. And that must start with political participation. We must uphold, the situation of the Nigerian woman. Progress has been made. Don't forget that this progress is not just, the travail of the woman folk has not been just a Nigerian thing. At a time in the United States of America, the so-called bastion of democracy, the women were not allowed to vote. They could not vote. In Europe, in many other places. Then they were able to, with time, to begin to make progress. So I would also, to some extent, agree with the Honorable before I hand over. People are saying, I don't know how true it is, that the reason why we have taken our democracy lightly is that it was given to us, independence was given to us on a platter of gold. We did not have to shed blood. We did not have to struggle. And so they say anything easily gotten is less valued. Could that be part of the problem of this country? Apart from all of the mischievous politics and Machiavellian politics of our colonial overlords, the Great Britain and all these other people that were in Africa, because we know that they set booby traps in this country. But then the reality is that we cannot continue to live in the past. We have to look for a way to forge that unity. And that unity is critical. And it is in this area, I think, that the political class has failed us. But they can do more. Because this issue of dividing the country along parochial lines, an instrument that has always been used to keep the people from asking the questions that they should ask. Just like the bishop in Brazil once asked, when I say that the people have no bread, they call him a saint, they call me a saint. But when I ask, why do the people not have bread, they call me a communist. So our politicians, and thank God that the Honorable is here, they need to do more to foster national unity. And they have the ability to do that. And for us also, we should also know the things that matter. That ultimately, because the thing, I will just round up. I hope I've not talked too much. But the reality is that, thank you, moderator. I will hand over soon. You know, the reality is that the politicians are the greatest losers of democracies that have gone astray. But they are also the greatest beneficiaries of democracy that is working. But beyond that, again, is the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, that was a robust contribution from NUJ. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, my name is Ambassador Mrs. Elizabeth Oziri. I am the National President, Coalition of Civil Society Organizations Forum, and I am the National Coordinator, Women and Child Disaster Rescue Initiatives. I am very delighted to be here. I want to appreciate the special advisor to the Honorable Speaker on Women Affairs. I want to appreciate her for the privilege of having me here. Thank you very much, Ma. And I want to most especially appreciate the Right Honorable Speaker himself, His Excellency Alhaji Abbas Tajuddin. He is the first he for she Honorable Speaker in Nigeria. Put your hands together for him. He's exceptional. He's uniquely exceptional. All right, he has floated the bridge, the gap initiatives that centers a lot around women and girls. He has done a lot. He's doing so much for women. In absentia, I appreciate him a whole lot. All right, I think I talk a little more than my NUJ brother, so I'm not going to be doing too much talking because gender and women inclusion is my symbol. So if I'm going to be talking, I'm sure we may have to leave here in the evening. All right, so I've put down a few points that I'll be looking at. All right, so let's take that together. Yeah. Okay, now, I have said here that women's equal participation and leadership in political and public life are essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. However, data has shown us that women are underrepresented in politics today. You find out that 35% representation that's been granted us by the president. Well, I don't know how far with that. All right, so our being here, I mean, one of the things we're going to be taking home is to ensure the implementation of some of these promises that we have been made. Women's political participation results in tangible gains for democracy. And some of these gains include greater responsiveness to citizens' needs, increased cooperation across ethnic lives, and a more sustainable future. Women's participation in politics helps advance gender equality and affects both the range of policy issues that get considered and the type of solutions that are proposed. There's also a strong evidence that if more women are elected to office, there will be increase in policy making that will actually impact the lives of the women and the life of even the girl child. Because I've also come to find out that if we're going to start having a lot of women in politics, we should begin to consider catching them young. We should begin to have advocacies in the secondary schools, all right, that talk to these children, that talk to these girls, to encourage them to get into politics, all right, because it's difficult for some people who are already formed or who are busy in some of their different endeavors to try to convince them to get into politics. Everybody sees it as a man's world. But when we are part and parcel of decision making, we find ourselves, all right, being, you know, in the mainstream of, you know, people selecting those who we have in such positions. I had a program last year, and I tagged that program "The Power on the Tomb." Now, I had to, you know, sensitize the women and the girls, not just to come out to vote, but, you know, they should not just to think that their husband should mandate them to vote whoever he wanted, but they should be part of the people who decide, all right, who they vote for. So that program went a long way. We took it down to the southeast. We had some here in the northeast. The whole idea was sensitizing the women to be part of, you know, decision making. Now, there is no tool for development more effective than to empower the Nigerian women. Do you agree with me? When a Nigerian woman is empowered, the sky is our starting point. I need to let us know one thing. If you want anybody to spread information about whatever you want to do, you can talk to the men. But if you want action, if you want people to take action and eventually effect a change, we are the women, we are the answers to what we're talking about. Now, some of the importance of women getting into politics, I'm going to be listing some of them for you. When women get into politics, they secure the peace of the land. When women get into politics, we prioritize health, we prioritize education, we prioritize maternal and childbirth, we prioritize even fight against HIV, all right, and AIDS. So it's important for women to be included in politics. We shouldn't take this lightly. Whatever it is that has been keeping women behind, we are standing up to say it should no longer continue. Women, are we together? We are taking it by force. We are moving to the top. In fact, the 35% that we have been given, we are actually pleading that it should be shot up to 40%. Yes, yes, it's possible. When you've gone for the sky, if you can't get the sky, you land on the moon. So if our 35% has not come now, definitely we should be able to get it maybe after we hike it up to 40%. All right, and then finally, please, this is directed to us, to our political entity. Before we consider the next election, please let us take a strong toll on the next generation. Thank you very much.
Can I have the mic back? Thank you. Thank you very much. We must try to keep to time. The earlier session took a lot more time. We didn't start in time and all. So we're going to rush this a bit. So thank you very much for all your contributions. At the end of the day, we have been talking a lot. Enough of the talk. Let us start putting action to it. We know the problem and we know the solutions. And I'll give an example. In 2023 elections, because of this talk about women not being as financially empowered, my party, APC, charged women less to buy the forms. So that contributed to more women being able to buy the forms because it was more cheaper. But we need more. We need affirmative action from the party level. So the party will say, we are going to put forward 60% men, 40% men. Whether women like women or women don't like women, women will come and they will contest. I will also add something. In my local government, I am sitting here in front of you as a woman, the only woman who has ever won an election to the House of Rep or any senior office in my local government, not only once, but twice. The only woman that no man before me has matched my records of constituency projects. So don't tell me women cannot do it. Women can do it as well as men, and even in some cases, better. Well, and I used to tell my women something. Don't like me. Hate me. But because I'm a woman and you're a woman, vote for me. I am here because the women came out en masse and voted for me. And I also educated them. In the house, at home, tell Oga, yes, you are going to vote for a man. Your candidate, sir. When you get behind that INEC station, vote your choice. Don't go home and tell him, I don't want to break your home. But at the same time, we women need to be more ingenious. At this point, we're only going to be able to take 2 questions. One from this side, one from this side. And then we will round off. 2 people have shown that they want to speak, and they're only going to be given 1 minute to speak. And I'm going to be partial here because it's a gender issue. And I know our big brother here has said it and made his point. So I'm going to have one person from my left, the lady next to my on this side, and my honorable colleague put in 1 more word each after the question. So 1 question from here, 1 question from here. Please, can somebody pass the mic? Who wants it? The lady there will ask a question, she put her, and the man there. Yeah, the lady, yeah, go ahead, madam. And then after you, the man in white. Thank you. And ask a question or make a statement, but don't statement and question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Ehobame Michelia. I represent Nigeria on the UN Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And my question, I want to commend all that has been said, all the experiences you've shared, and to commend this open house. And as an open conversation, my question is, when will Nigeria join the League of Nations to have a law in place, legislative provisions on women's participation that is binding on political parties? Because the experience from around the world is that until political parties have a law that mandates them to reach a certain quota, we never get women to be on the party list or to make it through the election. So my question is, no, not free tickets, not party manifesto, the law, affirmative action law that is geared towards global standards. And the current global standard is parity. We are releasing the GR40. It is parity for all gender. When will Nigeria ascribe to that and roll out affirmative legislation?
Who are you directing the question at?
I'm directing it to you because you are sitting in for the speaker, and to the convener, which is His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Nigeria's 10th Assembly. Thank you.
So we'll have the gentleman on this side. Please go ahead. The mic, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Utsa Vitalis. I want to ask, please, based on what you said last, that you are the only woman that has won election twice as a woman in your whole local government, even twice. Now, having executed beautiful projects in your locality as compared to even the men, as you said, how many women have you encouraged to join the political party? And then maybe, and the lady there was talking about 65 to 85% in politics. Are you able to push forward that that can be executed in your political party that you belong? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make my response quick, and then I'll let my colleagues talk as well. I agree with you on affirmative action, and you know we've mentioned that on this stage quite often. But in Nigeria, until we begin to manage our personal attitude of patriarchy, I doubt that those laws will come to be. We are in a house of 360 members. We know how many of us are women. I will share something. This is not an indictment. There was a gift that was given recently to all members of the house. We have 16 women. They gave us Babariga as our Salah gift. That is what was given to us. So you see, if each individual does not begin to reorient themselves about patriarchy and the respect for the role of women in society, we are wasting our time. For as long as men continue to see women as, and I'm not saying all men now, I'm saying many men, for as long as they continue to see women as playthings, we are not going anywhere. So we need a reorientation from the education level when a child goes to school. I turned out, for example, because my father was buying me cars and not just dollies. With regards to women in my local government, when you look at the people who work with me at the local government level, at each local government, you will find more women than men. And I have warned my women, no more dancing and singing. You are not singers. You are not praise worshippers. You are intelligent people with a brain. I am suffering for it because the male leadership have turned on me because I take a position and they believe that I should not be as hardened as I am, that I should be a bit more soft. God did not create me soft. I am a woman, but if I were a man, it's okay to be hard. But as a woman, I'm expected to be soft. So that is the reality. Until we can get rid of patriarchal thinking, we have a long way to go. My colleague on the right has something to say about the questions I've been asked. He and I don't always agree on issues, but because INEC is his territory, I must respect and hand over the mic to him.
Well, we can't be sentimental. We have to be very objective. We are talking about elective positions. There are two issues on ground. On appointments, yes, you can screen people, you can get to know who is competent during screening. But during election, it's about voting. You have to be, hello? During at the party level, you compete at the primary level. It's also election. You go to the first election, which is the primary level, before you go to the general election. At that point, you can't say men should go and sit down. It's only women you want at this position. So that is America today. In America, the first vice president they have is the current one. A woman had never been a president in America, neither a vice president. So if in America, they've not even gone to a level where they will get a woman president, then who are we to say we are behind? So I want us to be objective. What we are saying is in electoral matters, you can only be talking about election and the popular vote. You cannot be talking about people to be selected at that level. So we can afford to continue to increase the number of women. We can try to increase the number of women at the level of appointments. But when it comes to election, democracy is about numbers. So we want to appeal to you women. You have the population, you have the number. If you work on yourself, that's what we are trying to solve the problem for you. You can have the number so that you can win most of these elections. Most of the people that vote for us are women. So you have the number. Work on those areas. Work for women that will develop, that can galvanize your support together. So, but at that level, we believe that we have done the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the contributors here. My sister, you misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that we are 14 in this house and only 2 of us are here, and we're talking of women. How do we lobby our men? But I want to appeal to all of you. I'm happy you are out. I've never heard about you. If you are working for women, the women should come up. Go go to your wards, register, participate in politics, ask for elective offices. You will get it. If you cannot get it, you mobilize yourselves, because the number, politics is number. It's not enough that on the day of voting you take 1,000 and go and vote. No, come out and participate in politics. If they are contributing, contribute, work, and make sure that this is, you identify what you want and work towards it. Elective office, appointment by government. Some of you too, some of you who are well educated, go to the ministries and work so that you get appointments that will take you to the decision-making level. That's the only way you can promote the women cause. I'm not after every day you go, you know, at the end of the campaign, you are given a piece of wrapper. No, please go to your wards, register, participate in politics. If the men are contributing, also contribute. Don't tell them you don't have money. Go and look for the money and contribute and be relevant in politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And I concur with my colleague here. Nobody is saying, hand it to us. She's saying, let's collaborate to get it. But collaborating is not enough. Because that party chairman, if he has patriarchal mindset, you will only be participating, you still will not get the tickets. We need to change the orientation of our male Nigerians for us to be able to make progress. Women, talk to your husbands. Husbands, daughters, talk to your fathers. Talk to your political leaders. Talk to your traditional leaders. Talk to your male friends. Change their orientation.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I would like to compliment my sister Honorable Tolu Shadipe, because I'm from her state, or your state. In fact, she's an hero. She's an hero. Please let us put our hands together for her. The first time she came into the House of Rep, she won the election. The second time, they had to tell her to go for rerun, thinking that they will be able to put her, though she's in APC, I'm in PDP. The man came from the PDP and she is from the APC. I was just looking at the election closely and they came for a rerun. The only thing I went to my corner of the room and told God is that, God, this woman that has been doing well, because there is nowhere you go to our local government, Oluyole, the people are saying so much good about her. It's not because I'm seeing her here. It's not because I'm seeing her face. I've been hearing so much good about her that if we can have women like that in the state, even in other states, things will get better for us. So please, let us continue complimenting our women that are already in House of Reps. And also, in the electoral law, I would have in the electoral rule, I would have loved them to put a compulsory position for women inclusiveness. Especially if our men are being made the chairmen. We have women that are capable of being chair ladies. And also, we have women that are capable of being vice chairmen. Why is it that they'll be telling our women to take only essays? Now, by the grace of God, I really appreciate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, because they are really putting women in position. You go into positions in government now, you see young ladies becoming DGs of power starters. We have ladies that can also become ambassadors. So I'm pleading apology. I'm pleading with the President and also the Honorable Speaker that please, other appointments like ambassadors, we have competent women. We have bank managers. We have managers of big companies. If a woman can manage a house, she can manage a nation. She can manage a position. She can manage everything. Please, we are not for the other room. Please, let us be appointed into good position and let us be elected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, Ma, let me say to you, you kept using the phrase, we. I think you should be using the phrase, I. I believe God put you in the National Assembly to change the very thing you're saying others should change. Because you see, whatever infuriates you is a clue to what you're called to solve. So you're the one. You're the one. You're the one to start the move. You're the one to, don't worry about failure. You can fail, but the next person can win. So with that said, let me say this to all of us. Please look at me. I want to remind you something that you shouldn't forget. Is the fact that the very day you were born, you cried. Everyone around you were rejoicing. Can you imagine the day my sister was born? Everybody was dancing in the Yoruba culture that a woman is born. But she was crying. Listen, live your life so well that the day you die, you will rejoice and everyone around you will cry. That's a life of contribution. Thank you.
I think that will be it. We actually would have just loved to hang it there.
Just a question to the crowd.
Okay, a question that won't be answered right here.
Yeah, they might not answer it.
Okay.
What is better? Who is easier to offend? The king or the wife of the king? The king or the wife of the king? The wife of the king? No. The king, it's easier to offend the king, safer to offend the king than the wife of a king. But because the king will never forgive you, he might forgive you if you offend him, but not the wife. What am I saying? Women sometimes tend to underplay the powers that they have, and they have enormous powers. The reality, go and ask almost every man what happens in the home, and who runs the home, and who is in charge of the home. Just like the anchor was trying to say, she ended up by saying, women, talk to your husbands and the rest. If a woman decides that the husband will not have peace, he will not have peace. On any issue, we know, men, we know how powerful they are. So use your power and use it well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this will be it. Can we please put our hands together for all of them? Thank you very much. The leader of the house, chairman, you want to say something? We're actually bringing it to a close because the clerk to the National Assembly is waiting to be able to take some of the interest groups here on a tour of the National Assembly. And that will be the last bus stop for today. Remember that we still have another hectic day tomorrow. We want to appreciate the leadership of the House of Representatives led by the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, along with the leader and principal officers. We'd like to appreciate all of you, Honorable Jaha and the co. We thank you very much. But please, just don't go yet. We want you to remain standing so that we can have a group photograph of those of you that are there. We'll invite the leader and the minority leader to please join them. In fact, the members of the House that are here, all of you on the front row, please let's join them for a group photograph. The leaders, sir, let's join them for just this photograph, especially it's for our archives. And Honorable, you don't wish to join them? Let's do this quickly. Honorable Jaha, please join them. And then, please, as they're taking these pictures, I'd like you to pay attention to the announcements I'm going to make about the groups that will be joining the clerk to the National Assembly at the lobby. I've also been told that dinner, the gala night is tomorrow, and it's going to be for 6 p.m. Only those with invitation cards will be allowed in. So please take note of that. 6 p.m. tomorrow, same venue, the dinner and gala night. We'd like to quickly announce that honorable members of the House of Representatives will be going with the CNA on a tour of the House of Representatives. And of course, we also have representatives of the Nigerian Bar Association that will be joining them. NUJ, Nigerian Guild of Editors, CSOs, Honorable Jaha, CSOs, and women groups. So if we are ready, the leader of the house will lead the park and the rest of us will follow. And I would like to thank all of you for the very passionate participation. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening by 6 p.m. at this same venue for, we're going on a tour. So the leader, sir, you are to lead the rest of us to the chamber, to the lobby of the House of, to the National Assembly. So please, just as I mentioned, let's please lead. Honorable members, followed by representatives of the Nigerian Bar Association, NUJ, Nigerian Guild of Editors, CSOs, and women groups. We all file out through this door as we go for the tour. Please don't forget your valuables as you go. We want to wish you a very pleasant evening, and may God Almighty bless you as you do just this. Thanks on behalf of the organizers. My name is Andy Gabriel, and I'm wishing you a very pleasant day ahead of you. Please, let's join them for the tour. The CNA is waiting already. Nigerian Bar Association, are we still here? Do we have any of the representatives? Nigerian Bar Association, and after the Nigerian Bar Association, reps of NUJ, Nigerian Union of Journalists, civil society organization members, women groups, Nigerian Guild of Editors. You are the one in that order to please go for the tour. CNA, the clerk to the National Assembly, will take you on a tour. He'll be the guide. I thank you very much, and do have yourselves a pleasant evening. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Your people won't come. They won't come. They were here. 3 of them I managed to say they did and we're talking of women.
Please, just as I announced,